welcome back, Bob Marley and Doffy. Nice to see you again. Always a pleasure. And welcome to anyone tuning in. As usual, I'm Corey Campbell, and this is if you're used to watching me work out, this is not a workout stream. Maybe much your I don't know, regret. But this is a science stream, science and news stream, which I have not done. I think going on 3 weeks. I think at least 2 weeks, which I apologize for. For anyone that tunes in for my science and news streams, I have definitely lacking that department. This is not to say that I don't appreciate. Well, I appreciate everyone that tunes in for any of the streams that I do. But I definitely know that there are some people that are more interested in the science and research and streams, and ones that are interested in the workout streams. Oh, and Johnny Scarlet, welcome. Shout out to Johnny Scarlet. Let's see if I can do this properly. Probably can, but I'm going to try. But thank you so much for passing by. I hope you're doing well. But yeah, this is my other, I guess, technically speaking now, I'm the variety stream. But definitely more these days, I am in the workout fitness. But I'm still will pretty much never neglect the science and news stuff. And at the end of the day, I definitely want to do both. Just a matter of, finding the time. But yeah, all that to say, welcome. Happy to see anyone that's tuning in. So, actually, I had in mind the type of... I already had pretty much my stream planned out in my brain a while ago, because I have so much content, on a backlog. And then there was, in the Twitch politics space, there was a panel just yesterday on Wick, on Wick's channel. Shout out to Wick. If I can do that correctly. Oh, I have to do this the old-fashioned way. There's a cooldown on shoutouts. But yeah, Wick held a panel about, basically the obesity epidemic, as it's termed. There were a number of panelists on there. I was not included, which is totally fine. But I would say, as far as I could tell, there was only one person on the panel that was actually, let's say, in the ballpark of qualified to speak on the subject matter, which Nick, I think is their name, or Nicotine, who is a personal trainer. And so at the very least, I think they have, first-hand experience of at least, training individuals who have weight loss as one of their goals and being more physically active. And also for the sake of transparency, I did not tune in to the whole panel. I tuned in for the first hour, and then after watching the first hour, more or less seeing that it played out as I thought it would play out beforehand, I pretty much stopped out of the first hour. But I tuned back in when the panel was wrapping up, basically like the last 10-20 minutes. So I think in total, I only really missed like 30 to 40 minutes of like actual, the closed panel time. And then there was an open panel afterwards that I did not do. No, it wasn't specifically about pretty much like the topic of the panel. Basically, what to do or what steps can we take, either personally or policy-wise, to address the supposed obesity epidemic, as it's commonly referred to as, at least in whatever popular media. So I'm actually sort of debating, do I just get right into that content, or do I cover some other content? I think we're just gonna dive right in. Okay. So I'm just gonna cover this one story, or rather this one piece of research. and then get into the research about, let's say, shaming, fat shaming. Let's say how do you go about changing your behaviors, specifically in the context of what they call health-related behaviors. Because I think we can all recognize that not all behavior change is the same. And a lot of people, especially at least based off of what I observed on the panel, they're using research, let's say, about shame in an inappropriate context, or rather, they're using since shame maybe demonstrated some very loose positive benefits in like this specific context or this specific social context or moral context. Therefore, it might be applicable when it comes to getting someone motivated to whatever reduce their body fat or to have weight loss as their goal. And well, yeah, spoiler alert. I mean, it's in my stream title. I'm pretty much, making my claim clear of like why you shouldn't do it, why it's not an appropriate prescription. And I would say my position, as I will show, is in line, literally, with like the expert panel that I'm going to show. But just to cover this is still on the topic of health, physical health, where this was published recently. Association, I don't think this is a surprise to anybody, but the more evidence, the better, right? But association between healthy lifestyle and memory decline in older adults, 10-year population-based prospective cohort study. So I would say this is a pretty strong study given the fact that it's prospective. There's typically, when it comes to like long-term studies or longitudinal studies, they're pretty much generally not perspective, and I would say pretty uncommon to find a study where you're tracking people for a long period of time that is perspective. But yeah, I don't think anything here is really all that new. Just adds to like the mounting evidence of like more and more reasons as to why adopting a healthier lifestyle has all sorts of benefits. So, the main outcome measures, participants were followed up until death, discontinuation, or the 26th of December 2019. 6 healthy lifestyle factors were assessed. Right, so like what, and that's also another thing to keep in mind, like what is healthy lifestyle? Like what are the common components that they look at in the research to determine what is or is not a healthy lifestyle. So a healthy diet, adherence to the recommended intake of at least 7 of 12 eligible food items, regular physical exercise. This is the typical recommendation, I think, based off of recommendations that I've seen in developed countries, let's say Canada, United States, pretty much like 2.5 hours of moderate intensity physical activity, or if you can up the intensity, and therefore you can devote less time. But really, it's that's the trade-off. Not everyone enjoys, let's say, vigorous or high-intensity workout. Active social contact, so greater than or equal to twice per week. And even then, you can kind of like dissect that out, what is social contact. Active cognitive activity, greater than or equal to twice per week. Never or previously smoked, and never drinking alcohol. Participants were categorized into the favorable group if they had 4 to 6 healthy lifestyle factors, into the average group for 2 to 3 factors, and into the unfavorable group for 0 to 1 factor. Memory function was assessed using the World Health Organization / University of California, Los Angeles Auditory Verbal Learning Test. Global cognition was assessed via the Mini Mental State Examination. Linear mixed models were used to explore the impact of lifestyle factors on memory in the study sample. So I'm not going to like read this. We'll get into sort of like the generalized discussion. But I like these visuals, so this visual abstract. I think more journals should adopt this, just because like it gets the main messages and main conclusions home in a visually appealing way. I think this is a good direction to go in when it comes to science communication. It helps if I got that highlighted. So what is the summary? A healthy lifestyle is associated with a slower rate of memory decline in older adults with normal cognition, including carriers of the ApoE epsilon 4 allele. Pretty much just like, well, comes down to genes. And let's say your genetic makeup. This is what an allele is. Pretty much it's one gene, two alleles in humans. As in, for each gene, you can think of it as you have two flavors. I guess be more specific, two variants. And so prospective cohort study over 10 years. And this started in a population, pretty much an older population, greater than or equal to 60 years old, and fairly high sample size, about 30,000 participants, with a mean age of about 72 years, and roughly half of men. Or rather, they pretty much had a pretty evenly split gender distribution. And then, they pretty much categorized them based off of the amount of essentially healthy habits, or by their definition, healthy habits that they adopted. No surprise, the more healthy habits that you adopt, probably the more favorable the outcome. But then they're also taking into account certain your genetic background. They refer to this ApoE epsilon 4 allele. So overall here, higher scores better. So we're just gonna summarize, or actually, I thought ahead. I did plan ahead. So there's the accompanying editorial associated with this full scientific article. Association between healthy lifestyle and memory, and it's this linked editorial here, which is this. Aging is accompanied by a decline in several measures of cognitive function, such as memory, reasoning, and psychomotor speed. Differences in the rate of change in cognitive function can be substantial between individuals, highlighting the importance of identifying modifiable factors that are associated with favorable cognitive aging trajectories. An impaired cognitive status can affect the lives of individuals and their ability to live independently, but this issue is also a hallmark of Alzheimer's disease and related dementias. And so, generally speaking, virtually everyone, myself included, as they age and get older, there will be a decline in your cognitive abilities. And there will be, let's say, some aspect of dementia that sets in, or memory impairments. Pretty much, this is as far as I can tell from the research, somewhere on the spectrum of dementia is part of the aging process. Exactly. Infographics are indeed fantastic. Where pretty much everyone's memory will be, generally speaking, negatively affected as they age. And just as they get older, it's just appears to get worse and worse. But there are steps that you can take to, let's say, prevent, let's say, the severity of the cognitive decline that you experience and the memory decline that you experience. And so what are some of those steps? What are, as they say, the modifiable risk factors? Lifestyle factors have attracted much attention as potential targets for prevention, including in a Lancet Commission for Dementia Prevention, which lists 12 modifiable risk factors, of which 3 are related to lifestyle. Alcohol consumption, greater than 21 units per week, unlike what is a unit, smoking, and physical inactivity. The Link study by Jia and colleagues, and I believe I've read this one before. I don't know if I've covered it on the stream. I don't think so. This is a dead link. It is. Investigated the association between a healthy lifestyle and memory decline over 10 years among 29,000 participants. About half were women. In the China Cognition and Aging study. The Lancet. Double check something. Okay, yeah, they are referring to a different study from, obviously, British Medical Journal. They're referring to a different one in the Lancet. The authors calculated a healthy lifestyle score combining 6 factors: healthy diet, regular physical exercise, active social contact, active cognitive activity, not smoking, and never drinking alcohol. The resulting score, ranging from 0 to 6 healthy factors, was categorized as favorable, 4 to 6 factors, average 2 to 3, or unfavorable 0 to 1. The authors examined the association between healthy behaviors and decline in memory, measured by the Auditory Verbal Learning Test, or the AVLT. Composite measure including tests of immediate, short delay, and long delay recall, and long delay recognition. Unlike here, it gets tricky, right? At least my mind, because at the end of the day, what is a large driver that determines what is a good quality study is like the methodology that they use. And very often, you have to use the tools that are available to you. Where it's always that trade-off. If you want good, high-quality data, especially when it comes to people, you're probably going to have a small sample size. I think the classic example is like in the neuroscience research. Get good neuroscientific data, at the level of the brain, as in you are measuring what's going on in the brain, then you typically need to scan the brains. Or there's fMRI research. But, that is invasive, and, not a lot of people want to sign up to have their brains scanned, and also, like, having access to an fMRI scanner, like, you pretty much, it's like one person at a time, and so it's time-consuming to collect that type of data, and so, very often, as a compromise, as in, like, they're increasing their sample size here to, like, 30,000 people, right? And so is it reasonable? Is it realistic that, let's say, if you wanted to find out what's happening at the level of the brain in such a large sample size population, as in you want to scan the brains of 30,000 people, well, that is just like such a huge task. That is pretty much just like not realistic to do that. And so, they have to use basically shorter cognitive assessments, or basically just much more simple tests that hopefully, they are measuring what you intend to measure. Which I have no doubt, like, this is the test that has been validated. Revolving Sip, welcome back. Happy to see you. I hope you're still doing well and enjoying your Saturday. Is that stuff like listing a line of numbers and then asking the person? I don't think it's so. I'm not 100%. This is a psychological, or let's say cognitive assessment that I'm less familiar with. So I don't know exactly what this auditory verbal learning test, but like, yeah, it's some sort of test that they pretty much, these are what they are hoping to test, as in immediate, short delay, and long delay recall, and long delay recognition. They found that each individual healthy behavior was associated with a slower decline in memory over 10 years. The healthy lifestyle score was associated with a slower memory decline in a dose-response manner. Right, so pretty much, not really a surprise, but it's always good to have evidence to back it up. Where it seems like, the more healthy behaviors that you adopt, pretty much the more that you reduce, let's say, the cognitive decline or memory decline you experience. But that's why they say it's a dose-response relationship. Pretty much, the more the better. When did the memory test for my IQ test? I had to repeat line numbers. Yeah, so I think that is like a standard, that is another standard psychological test, but I'm like almost 100% certain that it's not pretty much like this auditory verbal learning test is separate from that. Let's see, where was I? Oh yeah, compared with the group that had unfavorable lifestyles, memory decline in the favorable lifestyle group was 0.28 points slower over 10 years on a standardized Z-score of the AVLT. And memory decline in the average lifestyle group was 0.16 points lower. So, pretty much like I said at the beginning, at the end of the day, as you age, pretty much the performance of your brain will pretty much like decrease. Just as, the performance of my physical body as I age is going to decrease. The brain is part of my physical body. But they are just slowing down that reduction. These results do not help to determine which among these 6 health behaviors included in the score or a specific combination is the best target for dementia prevention, or when in the life course to focus prevention efforts. Further insight is also needed to determine whether the differences in memory decline observed in this study are clinically meaningful. Right. So, like, just because it shows up on this test. So there's multiple things to address here. Where it's like, yeah, the more the better, but it doesn't seem like they tested like which specific health behaviors, as in like does the no drinking and no smoking, does that have the largest effect size, or like, if you just focus on physical activity alone, that explains the majority of the positive findings. Sort of like what is the exact optimal combination, and then as they bring up here, when in the life course, right? Because in this particular study here, if I remember correctly, they were assessing individuals pretty much 60 years old and above. So already, going back to the infographic, already an older population. Participants age greater or equal to. And so like they're assessing them when they're already older. And so it's still an open question of like when during your life and you, let's say, start adopting these behaviors and reap the benefits. Or, is there evidence to show that, let's say, the earlier that you adopt it, the better? As in, like, it's a valid question to ask, like, oh, okay, in this population of older adults, greater than 60 years old, they find that the more favorable behaviors, the better the outcomes. Well, can you adopt these healthy lifestyle habits at, let's say, 59 years of age and get the same effect? Basically, can you live the majority of your life not engaging in these activities, and then start, at like age 59 or 60, and then you reap all the benefits? As in, like, are all these positive findings that they're observing, are they null and void before the age of 60? Obviously, I think we have a lot of other evidence to go by that is, robust, that, we have these recommendations. As in, generally speaking, I would say the guiding principle: the earlier that you adopt healthy lifestyle behaviors, probably the greater the benefit overall. No guarantee anything in life. But to me, the research is pretty robust in that regard. One noteworthy finding was that the association between healthy lifestyle score and 10-year memory decline was evident in people who carried the ApoE epsilon 4 allele, and in those who did not carry this risk factor. And I believe this is, they're saying, involved in Alzheimer's. ApoE epsilon 4 is the strongest known risk factor for Alzheimer's disease and related dementias. And within the context of ongoing and future targeted prevention trials, its outcome is particularly important. These results support the notion that lifestyle change might counteract the deleterious effect of ApoE epsilon 4 on cognitive decline and dementia. I think this is probably one of the more, if not the most noteworthy finding of this study. Or like, despite, let's say, some of the participants having one of the known genetic risk factors for Alzheimer's or dementia, it seems like the healthy lifestyle factors that they adopted were basically able to, they still had a positive effect, and maybe even kind of like nullified that risk factor. But I don't think they explicitly, like, basically, and your lifestyle habits overcome the genetic background. Prevention is important given the absence of effective treatments for Alzheimer's disease and related dementias. Definitions of a healthy lifestyle vary. However, Jia and colleagues used 6 measures to define a healthy lifestyle. But another recent study by Dana and colleagues used 5, omitting social contact. Jia and colleagues defined never drinking as healthy, but Dana and colleagues defined drinking 1 to 15 units per week as healthy. Right. That's why I asked that question earlier of like alcohol consumption. Well, what does that mean? Like, what is a unit? What is a drink? That's an excellent question. And we'll go back to the original study in a bit once I've done this. Let's see some of the data. There is some sort of R squared. I don't believe, if I remember correctly, that there is. In a minute. So as evidence is emerging on the association of sleep duration with cognitive outcomes. Whether this variable should also be included is unclear. Additionally, the American Heart Association developed an ideal cardiovascular health score, combining 7 biological and lifestyle factors that is also associated with lower risk of dementia. A further area of concern is the age at which healthy behaviors need to be adopted. Future research on prevention should evaluate a wider range of possible risk factors and identify specific exposures associated with the greatest risk, while also considering the risk threshold and age at exposure for each one. Risks of cognitive decline and dementia are likely to be shaped by multiple factors. Multifactorial risk paradigm, introduced by the Framingham study, has led to a substantial reduction in cardiovascular disease. A similar approach should be taken with dementia prevention, identifying not only the factors that matter most, but also the threshold at which they matter, and the age when intervention is likely to be most effective, as the WHO underlined in its recent report on brain health. This public health priority is becoming increasingly urgent. Right. As we live longer and longer lives, becomes increasingly more important. Ideally, preserve our cognitive abilities and memory. So looks like longitudinal change in memory among favorable, average, and unfavorable groups in the cognitively normal population. Panel estimated in memory function over 10 years by group. Dots represent individuals' estimated composite z-scores for AVLT. Bottom panel, mean composite AVLT z-scores of all groups. That auditory. Pretty much these are the results of that basically cognitive test or assessment. And you're pretty much like tracking the trends over time, and you're comparing the favorable group, average, and the unfavorable. And pretty much like no surprise. That pretty much from beginning to end, if you're, let's say, comparing, the solid line to the pink or magenta dashed line, the favorable group pretty much sees the least change in memory function. We're even here. So pretty much like every 2 to 3 years, from pretty much across 10 years. Yeah. So pretty much, as you can see, across the 10 years, even just looking at the favorable group, you can see that the favorable group still sees a reduction in the score of the test that they take. Pretty much go from like a little bit under 20 to a little bit over 10. So almost like, in the ballpark of like a 30-40% reduction in that AVLT score. And then if you just kind of like compare it, it seems like, they all start off roughly around just under 20, 19. And then like the favorable group, they're pretty much like average was down to 11. And then like unfavorable group, like it goes down to about like 6 or 7. I would say, at least in my mind, this is like pretty significant. Yeah. So that's a data set, I believe, of about 30,000 people. Yeah. Going back to the infographic, should be about, or like specifically, 29,072. And I sort of suspect, not sure, because since these individuals took the test multiple times, as in like, I would say each person, it looks like they were tested at least 4 to 5 times. So it's like even each person, they have like 5 results associated with it. I assume, I don't know for sure, I kind of assume they're plotting all of the results of the test of each individual. I think it's even greater than 30,000. Okay, and this is with like that genetic background, those individuals that have the genetic risk factor for Alzheimer's or dementia. And so yeah, the overall conclusion, wrap it up. The results of this study provide strong evidence that adherence to a healthy lifestyle, the combination of positive behaviors such as never or former smoking, never drinking, a healthy diet, regular physical exercise, and active cognitive activity and social contact, is associated with a slower rate of memory decline. Importantly, our study provides evidence that these effects also include individuals with the ApoE4 allele. This study might offer important information to protect older adults against memory decline. Oh, Nota Bud, welcome. Well, yeah. I think the Chinese fund a lot of things, and none of it's surprising. And there is definitely there should not be any fat phobia here. At least in my channel. Do they break it down by individual parts of that? So I don't think they do. As far as I can tell. At least I think that was one of the main sort of slight criticisms based off of this editorial. Where I don't think they tease out like the effect sizes of each individual healthy habit. As in, I don't think they see the effect of like, okay, how much does physical exercise affect pretty much, their memory or cognitive function. I think they just kind of like group them all together, as in like, okay, you checked off 4, this pretty much going by these categories of favorable, average, unfavorable. Pretty much to answer your question, I don't think they analyze it by each individual behavior. So like, yeah, I think it wraps up here in this box what is already known on this topic. Memory is a fundamental function of daily life that continuously declines with increasing age. Evidence from cohort studies is insufficient to evaluate the effect of healthy lifestyle on memory trajectory. Given the multifactorial biological cause of memory decline, a combination of healthy lifestyle factors might be necessary for an optimal effect, even for people who are genetically susceptible to memory decline. What does this study add? What's the new finding? A combination of positive healthy behaviors is associated with a slower rate of memory decline, cognitively normal older adults, including in people with the apolipoprotein E4 allele. So basically, yeah, even those who are at genetic risk for memory decline, they can see benefits of adopting the healthy lifestyle behavior. These results might offer important information for public health initiatives to protect older adults against memory decline. My bias is going to come out. You definitely don't send, I would say, across the board. The provinces don't get enough money, and Quebec is included in that. But I will totally admit I am biased towards Quebec. I have heavy criticisms towards Quebec. That is 100% certain. But overall, I do think Quebec is the best province in Canada. Okay, so now getting into the research, pretty much making my case of why shouldn't fat shame. I would generally advise against shaming anyone for just about anything. I would say there's only like very few niche contexts. Oh, thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate it. Super grateful. And I guess thank you for sending money to a Quebecer. Super grateful. Okay, so yeah, this relates to a panel. Wick's panel. Okay, and shout out to Wick. I'll do that again. Oopsie. That is not how you do shout out. So he did like a 2-3 hour panel, and I tuned in to, let's say, most of it, but I kind of tuned out in the middle. But he wrapped up pretty much his entire stream / panel with basically what I'm going to show here in this clip that I'm going to push back heavily on.
Which is the host. We need the carrot and we need the stick. A lot of you want to incentivize the carrot, but
Carrot
there has
cake.
to be a stick, right? There has to be some sort of shame. You do not get better unless you want to get better. And one of the motivating factors for getting better, one of the way, because I'll acknowledge everything you said. We need the help of our friends, our family, society. All these things should happen. But we also cannot make it socially acceptable, right? To do self-harm like this. To do real harm to ourselves because we are killing ourselves. Look, I'm not the most healthy person ever. Like, you guys see me drinking soda and things like that, right?
We
you
know.
should call that out. You should call that shit out. Bully me a little bit, right? Obviously, there are lines,
You disgusting
right?
lardo.
There are lines here, obviously, but there are... Last word on this is point of privilege is a...
Okay. So, no, I don't want to mischaracterize, at least not intentionally, Wick's position, but I think I would summarize it as in, like, yeah, he recognizes that, you know, positive, let's say, reinforcement is a good thing, but that there is some place, for, you know, some sort of, like, as he said, stick, you know, somewhere in the ballpark of shame. Or let's say, you know, heavily, as he said himself, you know, bully me about whatever, my soda drinking habits. And, you know, there's quite a bit of research that I am going to show. Like, this is not really, you know, nothing in science is, like, ever fully settled. You know, we should never, like, close the door on any question. But I think that the door is largely closed on this question, where yeah, like, I would say this question has been pretty much answered by the experts. Like, it's outlined in the scientific research that I'm going to show right now by a number of research. Like, it's in the title of the research. A joint international consensus statement for ending stigma of obesity. And this is coming from a lot of researchers. I would say, so I'm not an expert in this field, okay? I will, when appropriate, when I can, I will defer to the expert. I'm just trying to be a messenger, where I'm definitely not the expert in this field. I think my position is in line with the expert. You know, the people that actually study this, research it, they understand, let's say, motivations for weight loss. What are the optimal ways to motivate people to lead healthier lifestyles? Oh, and Desolate Mirror, welcome. Thank you so much for passing by. Negatively stigmatized causes, rather. Even then, like, I know that argument was made on the panel of, like, yeah, it should not come down to individuals, but we shouldn't make it, you know, socially acceptable to society at large. And even that, I would push back again, because, like, this is what generally, as you're going to see in this research here, that, like, stigma doesn't necessarily always come down at the individual level. Like, the stigma, the social stigma, largely is driven by, like, the culture around it. Like, this is why there's a fat acceptance movement, which I support fully, because just because you accept something doesn't mean that you are not going to change. And in fact, I would argue and make the case, this is borne out in the research, that, like, one of the steps to change, or one of the possible steps to changing in a positive manner, is self-acceptance. Is, like, accepting where you are, and then going from there. So, and, like, I'm pretty much going to read this from beginning to end. This is, let's say, how seriously I take this issue. But you can see, this is the composition of the expert panel. You know, this is part of the data set. Where you have, you know, Boston University School of Medicine, University of Washington, you have Harvard Medical School, Columbia, Sinai, Obesity Canada, more Columbia, Penn State, King's College. I don't think it can get more clear in terms of, like, a joint international consensus statement. for ending stigma of obesity. And this is published in, Nature Medicine. Not that the title of a journal means everything. This is generally a pretty well-respected, widely regarded medical publication. Well, the high impact factor. Again, this doesn't mean impact factor means everything, but it does mean something. So I am going to start here from the beginning. Individuals with obesity face not only increased risk of serious medical complications, but also a pervasive, resilient form of social stigma. Often perceived without evidence as lazy, gluttonous, lacking willpower and self-discipline, individuals with overweight or obesity are vulnerable to stigma and discrimination in the workplace, education, healthcare settings, and society in general. Weight stigma can cause considerable harm to affected individuals, including physical and psychological consequences. The damaging impact of weight stigma, however, extends beyond harm to individuals. The prevailing view that obesity is a choice and that it can be entirely reversed by voluntary decisions to eat less and exercise more can exert negative influences on public health policies, access to treatments, and research. And Zeron, welcome. Thank you so much for passing by. Hope you're doing well. Only when someone has accepted the situation and recognized both of it. Absolutely. That's why I said it earlier. Just because you accept something, either individually or a society at large, that doesn't mean that you are okay with it. And I would say the research bears out pretty robustly that self-acceptance may be an integral part of positive change. Is there no research on fat encryption? I know this isn't a big thing, and fat shaming far outweighs this. No, it is. So I'm okay with people asking questions. At least generally speaking. I would say there are some questions that are, not useful. I would say there are some questions might be kind of like a dog whistling. But on the whole, I think it's pretty clear I'm pro asking questions, especially in the context of research, because, also what drives good research is asking good questions. And so I would ask you, what exactly do you mean by fat encouragement? As in actively encouraging someone to put on weight or increase the amount of body fat that they have? Or do you mean something else? Although raising awareness of the negative consequences of weight stigma is important, awareness alone is not sufficient to eliminate the issue. Challenging and changing widespread, deep-rooted beliefs, long-standing preconceptions, and prevailing mindsets require a new public narrative of obesity that is coherent with modern scientific knowledge. And this is not outdated research published in 2020. There might be some new joint international consensus statement that goes in the complete opposite direction, but I don't think there is. It still holds true today as it did approximately 3 years ago. They're not making this statement for no reason. Where was I? Yes. Given the pervasiveness of societal weight bias, this goal can only be achieved through the concerted efforts of a broad group of stakeholders, including healthcare providers, researchers, the media, policymakers, and patients. To best inform healthcare providers, policymakers, and the public about stigma associated with obesity, a multidisciplinary group of international experts, including representatives of 10 scientific organizations, Table 1, reviewed available evidence on the causes and harms of weight stigma, developing a joint consensus statement with recommendations to eliminate weight bias. A specific goal, representing novelty from previous related initiatives, was to address the gap between stigmatizing narratives around obesity and current scientific knowledge regarding mechanisms of body weight regulation. The overarching objective was to gather a broad group of experts and scientific organizations to recognize the problem and, to our knowledge for the first time, speak with one voice about this important issue. So these international experts, they're pretty much, I would say, explicitly saying they are coming together for a reason. It's because of, I would say, some of the people on the panel and what they advocate for. Pretty much, at least as far as I can tell, I don't want to misrepresent, but at least what I heard from them, what I understood, like some people on the panel, they were advocating of like, oh yeah, well, we shouldn't shame individuals, but we shouldn't make it acceptable in society at large, not become socially acceptable. I would say it's part of those sentiments that these international experts are coming together to pretty much, as they say, to speak with one voice. Of like, hey, maybe just stop throwing your opinions out there that are not that are not grounded in evidence, and actually look at the evidence. Or rather, we've looked through the evidence for you. We, the experts, have looked through the evidence for you, and here is our conclusions. Here are our recommendations. In my life, the better I handle my diabetes, the more weight I gain, both because insulin is a fattening hormone, which I am already resistant to, and also because if I improperly manage diabetes, I will lose weight rapidly. Yeah, and from, well, let's just say, I don't want to give away any health information that you don't want to give away. But yes, I totally understand where you're coming from. That it's like definitely a difficult thing to manage. I know this is a rare thing, and whenever it does happen, it is blown up by right-wing media. So people essentially saying being fat is healthy. Yeah, exactly. Like, I don't think, I think it's fair to say that like I'm part of the fitness community. That like fitness is a huge component in my life, and that I take it very seriously. I take physical health very seriously. And I'm very well aware of, let's say, health at any size, fat movement, and fat acceptance. Like I support pretty much the main messages of these movements, and as far as I know, none of the messaging that I have heard ever makes the claim that, let's say, having excess weight is healthy. I don't think anyone is really under that assumption. At least I don't know any people personally that have that belief. That, pretty much, if you're, let's say, overweight or obese, therefore you are healthy. I think, as far as I can tell, virtually everyone that I know of, either personally or indirectly through social media, I think it's just as accepted as, like, the dangers of smoking. I think it really is just right wing putting a spin on the messaging of these movements, pretty much mischaracterizing it, whether intentionally or not. Criticize. Here we report the conclusions of this exercise and resulting joint consensus statements with a call to action for all stakeholders to take a pledge, end weight stigma and discrimination. Diabetic people are very much prone to eating disorders. Yeah, absolutely. So I knew someone who was very fat, and the entire family didn't just accept it. They essentially didn't believe that being fat is unhealthy, actually fed a lot of food and made no suggestion. Okay, so, that might be the outlier. You might provided the example. And, I believe what you're saying. I have no problem taking it as true. I'm like, yeah, and this is where I would say, like, I'm all in favor of education. And, I would hope, I don't actually know for sure, but I would hope just simple educational interventions would be appropriate in that context. But I think on the whole, on average, most people don't need, like, the education, or, like, don't need to be educated on, let's say, the risk factors associated with having excess weight. Just as I think at this point, most people don't need to be educated on, negative health effects of smoking. I could be wrong, always exceptions. But I think the main message has been hit home pretty strongly. Well, no, so I'm not only blaming the right wing. Because, like, well, WIC is I would say he identifies himself as left-leaning. And, you know, I would say he I would say also falls, from my assessment, into that camp. Of like, oh, okay, well, yeah, pushing back against, you know, health entity size or fat acceptance movement. Because, like, yeah, you shouldn't be providing the message that you can, you know, you can have excess weight and be healthy. But again, as far as I can tell, that is not part of the movement. So what was their methodology? The Consensus Development Conference was convened by FR, initials conference director, jointly with the following partner organizations. So, American Association of Clinical Endocrinologists, pretty much the experts on, let's say, metabolism and hormones in the body and how they function. American Association for Metabolic and Bariatric Surgery, American Diabetes Association, Diabetes UK, European Association for the Study of Obesity, International Federation for the Surgery of Obesity and Metabolic Disorders, Obesity Action Coalition, Obesity Canada, the Obesity Society, the World Obesity Federation. The conference director, co-chairs, and the partner organizations appointed a multidisciplinary expert panel of 36 internationally recognized academics representing multiple scientific disciplines, including endocrinology, nutrition, internal medicine, surgery, psychology, molecular biology, cardiology, gastroenterology, primary care, public health, and health policy. The expert panel also included patient advocacy experts, plus an individual with obesity to speak on behalf of patients. Given that the main aim of this consensus conference was not to define weight stigma or assess it from an ethical perspective, we did not include ethicists in the expert panel. The 36 members of the expert panel, who constituted voting delegates for the entire consensus development process, were selected primarily from academics with documented expertise about the topics of the conference and relevant publication records. Each of the 10 partner societies used their own criteria to choose the representatives for the expert panel. Criteria included expertise in weight stigma, obesity, and/or previous participation in relevant committees or initiatives related to weight stigma. One independent, non-voting moderator with previous experience in Delphi methodology administered questionnaires for the modified Delphi process and chaired the face-to-face meeting of voting delegates. A review of evidence. Even disregarding the risk of causing suicidal ideation among overweight people, fat shaming, even science-backed, leads overweight people to develop eating disorders. There are multiple reasons why I'm against stigmatizing, shaming individuals who are overweight or obese. This is part of it, and also just like generally speaking, not a good motivator for change. And if anything, not might just be a demotivator, actually might make the situation worse. I don't think it is unheard of that there are some people these days who think that them being obese is just their genetics, that their healthy weight is at a high body fat. Of course, genetics can influence this and make weight loss more difficult, but I think there is virtually no one for whom obesity. So yeah, if you're talking about obesity, one moment. I'm like, also, here's where, we got to be careful with the language that we use, or at least be mindful and aware that what is obesity, right? As in, like, generally speaking, in medical scientific research, obesity, that's a classification, right? I know, generally speaking, you're categorized as obese, typically according to BMI. And we can wax poetic about the limitations of BMI. Oh wow, Okroshi, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, raiders. Shout out to Okroshi, who was just watching the Arnold. Super grateful, super appreciated. I was definitely tuning in your stream until I started streaming. But welcome, raiders. I am Corey Campbell. I'm a scientist. and I do workout streams. I did one just earlier today, and I cover science and research. And right now we're going over the research showing pretty much why you should not fat shame anybody, and that's not appropriate motivator for change. Big Dog 508, thank you so much for the follow, much appreciated. But yeah, I hope you had a great stream, Akroshi. Always happy to see you streaming. And I definitely fully empathize with health challenges and needing to take time off for your health.
Welcome to
and I hope you can get back to it sooner rather than later. But your health and well-being should be priority number one. Oh, and Reactive, welcome. I need to do this the old-fashioned way because there's there's cooldown on. If I do that properly. I don't think I did. But shout out to Reactive. Am I not spelling it properly? The cooldown, of course. Where was I? Yeah. Believe me, as someone who's had to take quite a bit of time off due to health reasons, someone who has a chronic illness, Crohn's disease, and when my disease flares up, I have totally had to take time off to take care of that, which is easier said than done. I fully empathize with the frustration that comes with your mind is ready to work out. And psychologically you want to work out and the desire and motivation is there, but the body betrays you. At least that's been, I definitely have that experience. And Habatiti, welcome. Thank you so much for the follow. Much appreciated. Where of the times that I've had to take time off to deal with my disease and get it under control, it's my mind, I'm ready to work out, and my body just says, which is a super frustrating experience. But yeah, right now we are going over this paper here. So in addition to the workout streams and fitness streams that I do, I cover some science and research. And right now we're going over this paper, where I would say the expert consensus is clear, and it's in the title of ending the stigma of obesity. And how do we do that? One of the ways that we do that is we stop shaming people for being overweight or for struggling with their weight. And that, generally speaking, shaming people is not an appropriate tool to motivate behavior change. So where was I? The method. Sorry for all the scrolling. Trying to get back where I was. Yeah, so we were right here. Review of the evidence. So yeah, they assembled this expert panel, to come up with the consensus. So a subgroup of expert panel members contributed to a review of scientific publications in Medline on a broad set of topics related to weight bias and discrimination. Specific preset research questions for the review of evidence included prevalence of weight bias and stigma, media, healthcare, education, and workplace, psychologically and physically harmful effects on individuals, impact on access to care and research, and evidence of workplace weight discrimination, biological mechanisms of weight regulation in physiology and disease, clinical evidence of uptake and barriers to access of available treatments, and mechanisms of body weight regulation and energy homeostasis. We also searched broader data sources, references to weight discrimination in current legislation. So, members of the expert panel with specific expertise were also tasked to independently conduct a short narrative review of current knowledge on one of the above research questions according to their specific expertise. And are you a scientist as well, Habatiti? If you want to share, you're not obligated to. But yeah, always a pleasant surprise to run into a fellow scientist in this space. So here, they've assembled this panel of experts, and these experts themselves, they're pretty much gonna go into the research, and they're gonna try to answer questions, come to conclusions, and form conclusions. And it's I would say pretty much you are assembling a team of qualified experts. Go in and look at the research and summarize it for you. And that's why, like, it's one of the reasons why this paper was published. It's because, like, hey, they pretty much like did the work for you, did the legwork for you. Like, what does on average the evidence say? Given the objectives of the consensus conference, the diversity of the subjects under consideration, and the variance in quality of evidence across disciplines, we considered a broad evidence base, including previously published systematic reviews. So yeah, they're pretty much like going through all the evidence that they assessed. They mined, a bunch of databases. Medline, that's a database for medical publications. And it's like between these dates. A document with the results of this review was circulated among the rest of the group in preparation for the modified Delphi process, seeking further input. So based on results of the review of evidence, a subgroup of expert panel members with special expertise in specific subtopics developed questionnaires, including a set of statements and recommendations that were believed to summarize and reflect available evidence. These questionnaires were then circulated among the expert panel. Online Delphi-like method was used to measure the degree of consensus for the statements and recommendations by a web-based survey tool. We adapted the original Delphi method to the scopes and nature of this exercise, unlike other Delphi studies, in which the first round consists of mainly of open-ended questions. We used agree-disagree questions. They are pretty much put together a survey for the expert panel to participate in. Microbiologist. So I did my undergraduate degree in molecular biology, which is definitely different from microbiology, but there's certainly some overlap. But let's just say your knowledge and expertise on microorganisms definitely far exceed mine. And let's just say currently in my research, the microorganism that I deal with most is run-of-the-mill E. coli. So nothing super exciting. And fourth year medical student, that's super cool. I've definitely taught quite a few students biochemistry who have then gone on to medical school. As in like some let's say students who have become friends that have gone on to medical school. So that is super. And if you want to share, you don't have to, but I'm curious, have you already, let's say, determined where you want to do your residency, or in what specialty you want to do your residency in? Like, I know you're never guaranteed to get the residency that you want. I know that the matching system is pretty much like you put your preferences in, and then they match you. Never guaranteed to get the specialty that you want. But I'm curious if you want to share, or if it's also valid if you say, I don't know, because not everyone knows what residency that they want to go through until like the very end, where they've like gone through all the rotations. Have you seen any evidence on how costly buying food is when obese versus healthy? As in, if I'm understanding your question correctly, as in, does an unhealthy diet, is it more expensive than let's say a healthy one? I definitely don't blame you. Let's say as someone, I obviously have a passion for biochemistry because I'm in biochemistry currently, pursuing my PhD. So, it's fair to say that I have a passion for biochemistry, but what I would say is my passion for biochemistry only came when I took my second biochemistry course. Biochem 1, Introductory Biochemistry, I actually didn't really enjoy. Just because it was kind of like too kind of broad and surface level. I'm like, learning glycolysis, learning the electron transport chain, not super exciting for me. I memorized those pathways, but it didn't spark any passion. But when I got into second Biochem 2 or Biochem 3, at least as they were at my university, that's where I kind of really started to enjoy and cultivated a passion for biochemistry. When, let's say, I learned about fatty acid metabolism, amino acid metabolism, And then when you got into the advanced biochemistry, where you start actually carrying out the lab techniques, that's where yeah, that passion for biochemistry was cultivated. Okay, very cool. Okay, yeah. So pretty much like the spending habits. That I haven't looked into, but that is a good question. What I would say is, there's actually quite a lot of the pushback. Basically, a lot of people make the argument, and I'm not saying that it's completely untrue, but a lot of people put forth the idea that adopting a healthy diet is way more expensive than, let's say, an unhealthy one. Which, there is some truth to that. If, you get to the, I don't know, like the luxury healthy foods, so to speak. But kind of like your cheaper, let's say, healthier, but not so exciting foods, like the grains, legumes, rice and lentils, beans. Those are actually like really cheap. And maybe I'll show on a future stream, kind of like, healthy diets. They can totally be cost saving, in addition to cost saving, but also healthier for you, and more sustainable for the environment. So I've never taken inorganic chemistry, and I actually have no desire to, based off of what I know of inorganic biochemistry. Doesn't appeal. And organic chemistry. I've taken some organic chemistry, did not enjoy it. I can do it, and I got through it. But I only did organic chemistry 1 and organic chemistry 2. That was enough. Where was I? Yeah, I was right here. Approximately 3 weeks before the survey was administered, we informed potential participants of the objectives of the study, provided information about the Delphi process, and invited them to contribute. Participants were assured that responses were confidential, with individual responses known only to the impartial non-voting survey moderator. So it looks okay. Go through census statements on the stigma of obesity. So they start here. So the topic. Prevalence of weight stigma and weight-based discrimination. A substantial body of evidence demonstrates that weight-based stigma is extremely pervasive among people of diverse ages and backgrounds. People with obesity are often subject to unfair treatment and discrimination in the workplace, education, and healthcare settings. So, like, pretty much like here are the topics that they are looking into the evidence on, okay? And they are grading. They are grading these things. What is their grading system? I want to see. What does A stand for? Well, it's probably more in the meat or the main body of the text. But like, yeah, just be aware that they're grading these things. So I think we're just gonna get right into pretty much like main finding. Summary of evidence. Or pretty much, all of the main findings that they've put together as a result of going into the research and putting it together. Substantial research has demonstrated that weight stigma and discrimination are pervasive global issues. Weight stigma has been documented in multiple societal domains, including the workplace, education, healthcare settings, and within families. Stigma has persisted despite the markedly increased prevalence of obesity in recent decades. Among adults with obesity, the prevalence of weight discrimination is 19 to 42%, with higher rates among those with higher body mass index, and among women compared with men. Estimates from a 2018 study suggest that approximately 40 to 50% of US adults with overweight and obesity experience internalized weight bias, and about 20% of US adults experience this at high levels. Internalized weight bias is present in individuals across diverse body weight categories, but especially among individuals with higher BMI who are trying to lose weight. Evidence suggests that the media is a pervasive source of weight bias and can reinforce stigma through the use of inaccurate framing of obesity and inappropriate images, language, and terminology that attribute obesity entirely to personal responsibility. It has been estimated that over 2/3 of images accompanying US media reports of obesity contain weight stigma, and experimental studies show that viewing these types of images leads to increased weight bias. Right, so this is where I will start to push back. Where like on the panel, and also Habiti, this might be not applicable to you, but let's say, as someone who's training to be a medical expert, this is a paper that includes, medical expert. Really, it's, as they say, it's a joint consensus statement with a panel of experts that includes healthcare providers. But like, yeah, on that panel, WIC's panel, and I think WIC is included in that. I think as I showed in the clip that I played, of like, yeah, they would also agree that shaming and stigmatizing someone at an individual level, not good, but they are largely, they seem to be okay, let's say, stigmatizing or shaming at a societal level, or pretty much like not at the individual level, of like, don't make it socially acceptable for someone to be overweight or obese, or, don't make it socially acceptable, for someone to struggle with, health challenges, or adopting healthier lifestyles. But I would say this expert panel summary of evidence is quite clear, of like, just in the media, social media, popular media, the evidence, rather the message that gets, pushed through the media, contributes to the societal stigma, where it's not happening at the individual level, it's happening at a societal level, and a lot of it is driven by, messages in the media, popular media, social media, etc. And I would say they're pretty clear that this should not be the case. We should stop the stigma. It's in the title of this paper, where ending stigma of obesity. So weight bias has been reported among healthcare providers in the United States and around the world, including among primary care providers, endocrinologists, cardiologists, nurses, dietitians, mental health professionals, medical trainees, and professionals engaged in research and clinical management of obesity. And like, yeah, in addition to popular media, that contributes to the stigma. Like it does totally happen at an individual level. And unfortunately, it also appears to happen at a healthcare professional level. As they say here, among primary care providers, endocrinologists, those are healthcare professionals, definitely cardiologists. And there's also research showing that, despite, ideally physicians and healthcare professionals know better, they can sometimes contribute to the stigma that occurs with being overweight or obese. I have other studies. The importance of language and engagement between healthcare professionals and people living with obesity. This is another joint consensus statement. This is published in The Lancet, Lancet Diabetes Endocrinology. And even here, fat shaming is stopping doctors from helping overweight patients. Here's what medical students can do about it. But this is not, let's say, a study. This is an opinion. It's published in a scientific journal, a medical journal. This is an opinion piece, not a study. And yeah, fat shaming is making people sicker and heavier. And this is the Canadian Medical Association. So children with overweight and obesity are frequently subject to weight-based teasing and bullying at school. Paired with students of lower body weight, adolescents with overweight or obesity are significantly more likely to experience social isolation and are at increased risk for relational, verbal, cyber, and physical victimization. They are also more susceptible to developing mental health disorders, especially anxiety and depression, in addition to obesity, type 2 diabetes, and cardiovascular disease in later life. Weight stigma, rather than obesity itself, may be particularly harmful to mental health and is associated with depressive symptoms, higher anxiety levels, lower self-esteem, social isolation, perceived stress, substance use, unhealthy eating, and weight control behaviors such as binge eating, emotional overeating. Experimental studies show paradoxically that exposing individuals to weight stigma can lead to increased food intake regardless of BMI. So again, pretty much some of the messaging on that panel, I would say, contributes maybe to making the situation worse. You know, I think Wick was pretty clear in closing out his panel, of like saying, hey, at least when it came to himself, you know, you should bully me. I'm gonna play the clip again, just, you know, make sure that I'm mischaracterizing.
We need the carrot and we need the stick. A lot of you want to incentivize the carrot, but there has to be a stick, right? There has to be some sort of shame. You do not get better unless you want to get better. And one of the motivating factors for getting better, one of the way, because I'll acknowledge everything you said. We need the help of our friends, our family, society. All these things should happen. But we also cannot make it socially acceptable, right?
So I don't think I'm mischaracterizing. He's saying we cannot make it socially acceptable. I think this paper explicitly says we should not stigmatize. As in, I would say the opposite of making it socially unacceptable. Where, like, I would say if you are saying here that we should not make it socially acceptable, I would argue strongly that you are contributing to the stigmatization.
To do self-harm like this, to do real harm to ourselves, because we are killing ourselves. Look, I'm not the most healthy person ever. Like, you guys see me drinking soda and things like that. Right?
We know.
You should call that out. You should call that shit out. Bully me a little bit, right? Obviously, there are lines,
you disgusting
right?
lardo.
There are lines here, obviously, but
yeah, like, I don't think I'm way off in my assessment of the argument that he was making. And as I would say they explicitly say here, experimental studies also show, paradoxically, that exposing individuals to weight stigma can lead to increased food intake, regardless of BMI. As in, you know, that light bullying, even if it's lighthearted bullying, you might be making the situation worse. Even if it's like lighthearted teasing, you know, it might come from a place of good intentions. I'm definitely not saying at all that people making these arguments, or Wick himself, has bad intentions. You know, I know that he doesn't. But because you have good intentions, you know, good intentions only go so far, unfortunately. Correlative and randomized controlled studies also show that experience of weight stigma is linked with lower levels of physical activity, higher exercise avoidance, consumption of unhealthy diets, and increased sedentary behaviors, as well as increased obesity and weight gain over time. An increased risk of transitioning from overweight to obesity in both adults and adolescents. Individuals with overweight and obesity who experience weight discrimination show higher levels of circulating C-reactive protein. C-reactive protein, that is pretty much a marker, a biomarker for inflammation. As in, generally speaking, the higher your CRP levels, the more inflammation in the body. Cortisol, you know, your stress response hormone. Long-term cardio-metabolic risk and increased mortality compared with those who do not experience weight discrimination. Quality of care and healthcare utilization. Evidence suggests that physicians spend less time in appointments and provide less education about health to patients with obesity compared with thinner patients. And patients who report having experienced weight bias in the healthcare setting have poor treatment outcomes, might be more likely to avoid future care. Oh, Bako, welcome. If I can do this properly, shout out to Bako. also technically a streamer. And so right now we are going over this paper. Basically, if I come on now, I just want to get that tab. There we go. More of a challenge than I thought it would be. But yeah, we're going over this paper. It's in the title. Ending the Stigma of Obesity. This is a consensus statement from an expert panel. Because, you know, WIC held a panel yesterday. A debate panel, or discussion panel, on the obesity epidemic. And there were some people on the panel that were basically advocating some form of fat shaming, which I heavily push back against. And yeah, as they're saying here, you know, it's unfortunate. You know, we all have our biases, either conscious or unconscious, and myself included. I have no doubt that I have unconscious biases. And you know, as they're saying here, even healthcare providers and professionals, you know, they might know better, but they might also have some unconscious biases. Where it's like, I'm sure the vast majority of healthcare professionals know, or at least I hope a majority of healthcare professionals know, that fat shaming is not an appropriate tactic, and that people need support, and being supportive and positive is a way better way to, you know, get people to change their habits. But as they're saying here, you know, there are some physicians that, for whether this is a conscious or unconscious bias, I don't know. But even they are saying, like, yeah, basically, comparison to thinner patients, this is weight discrimination. Those who are overweight or obese, they essentially get, you know, less quality treatment. Obesity is also adversely impacts age-appropriate cancer screening, which can lead to delays in breast, gynecological, and colorectal cancer detection. Well, maybe that's an incentive for you to stream more. And I try to make all my biases clear and transparent. I'm totally biased against economists. What I would say, Marley, is you appear to be one of the good economists. So what exactly is fat shaming defined as? It wouldn't include suggestions to lose weight. There needs to be okay, so that is an excellent question. You know, maybe I should have started with, you know, going over definitions. You know, defining what is shaming, right? Because understandably, these are not, you know, I think we all have an intuitive sense, kind of like of the subjective experience of what shaming is, but to actually, you know, and you know, shaming is kind of like a feeling, a subjective experience, and it's not often easy to put words to a subjective experience, right? Now, as we've spoken about before, Bob Marley, there are people who really struggle with, you know, connecting their feelings to their words. That is a known thing. So, and I have, you know, research on shame specifically. Shame and the motivation to change the self. Okay, so I think that falls in the same vein, or like the overall category of the topic. But you're asking a great question. There are reasons why I highlighted this. Because, you know, there are some very niche instances where shaming can be a motivation for change. But I would say those are niche, and on the whole, generally speaking, I would never recommend shaming as the ideal tactic to get someone to change. So, they kind of outline it here in the previous paragraph, which I should probably highlight it. So, pretty much, to understand shame, I would say it's good to compare it to guilt. Where, as they say here, guilt is particularly likely to be evoked by behavioral appraisals, as in, I did a bad thing. So, like, the feelings of guilt They pretty much outline it here, of like, you recognize that essentially you have transgressed, okay? But shame, as they say, is linked to a dispositional appraisal, as in, I'm a bad person. So, like, I would say that is the distinction to make, where shame, it's not really focused on, like, you transgressing. It's really kind of like an internal state, or like a personal failing, that, you know, you kind of view yourself as, you know, not redeemable to a certain extent. That's why it's like, I'm a bad person, as in, since you kind of like adopted the mindset that you are a bad person, it's kind of like that sort of like becomes part of your identity, okay? And therefore, that's why it's typically not a good motivator for change, because it's kind of like you are, it's like your predetermined fate. Since you are a bad person, well, then there's no point in trying to change, because that is just who I am. That's part of my identity, and therefore it's like, you can't change who you are, so to speak. As opposed to guilt, okay? This is why guilt and shame are often compared and contrasted. It's because, like, guilt, it's like, yes, it's recognition that, let's say, you have transgressed or done something, you know, bad, but you don't view yourself as a bad person, and therefore you can change. As in, you know, the bad thing is not part of your identity. It's just like, you made a mistake. Kind of like, go to the extreme. It's like, okay, you made a mistake, but, you know, you're a good person, as opposed to like shame, well, I am a mistake. I'm just kind of like fundamentally flawed. And therefore, you know, I pretty much like can't change. Kind of like, you know, a zebra doesn't change their stripes, so to speak. So hopefully that answers the question. Of like, let's say, what is shame? Like, what would be fat shaming? I would say fat shaming would pretty much be trying to like blame the person for them being obese, kind of like basically being hypercritical. You're definitely insulting them. You're shaming. I would say anything. I would say anything that runs the risk of inducing a negative state in the other individual. Say you're playing with fire, and you might be falling into the category of shaming. Where it's totally, I think, possible and encouraged. I've even had this conversation. I've had personal experience in terms of like having conversations with people I know about their weight. And I never come from the place of like, you know, they're a bad person, or like, you know, they done something wrong. It comes from the place of like, I care about this person, and I'm concerned for their health. As in, like, as long as you're coming from a place of actual caring, I would say that is like the more appropriate strategy. And I don't necessarily disagree. Where, like, I would say on the whole, it is a medical professional's job to, you know, look out for your health. And weight. How much weight you have is part of that. So telling some stranger to lose weight unprovoked would be fat shaming. So there's a difference, I would say, of like the recommendation to lose weight. Well, first of all, a stranger, I would say inappropriate for a variety of reasons. One of them being, you don't, since it's a stranger, you don't know any information about them. As in, they might have some sort of metabolic dysfunction. You also don't know, like, their knowledge. As in, I was pretty sure most strangers that you encounter, if they're overweight, they probably already recognize that they should lose weight. At least if they're trying to be healthier. As in, I would say the recommendation to lose weight to a stranger, probably not new information. Uh, and for all you know, they may already be in the process of losing weight, right? As in, if it's a stranger, you have no idea, assuming they're a complete stranger and you've never seen them before, for all you know, they have already lost 100 pounds, and they're on the journey to a healthier weight, where they've just, whatever, they've gone to like 300 pounds to 200 pounds, and you can still see them as overweight. And so you going up to them unprovoked, telling them to lose weight, like, not a good strategy. So I would say those would be my arguments as to why telling a stranger to wait. I would say probably not fat shaming, but I would say just like, I would say it says something about you as a person if you would go up to a stranger unprovoked and tell them to lose. Because I would say you're making a recommendation based off of really incomplete information. And I would say if you are ever making a recommendation off of I would say the most incomplete information, just like straight visual inspection of this person, then you are coming from a place of ignorance. And therefore, I would say, generally speaking, you should not be coming from a place of ignorance. I always tell people where it comes up. I don't think anything of your weight, just if it becomes health. Yeah, absolutely. Like, and I've had this conversation. Ever experienced it firsthand? Of like, the situation has been posed to me. Of like, oh, what if my romantic partner, starts putting on weight? They put on like really excess weight, and basically they put on a lot of excess weight. And this person is challenged, like, how would you approach that? How would you handle that? Would you just ignore it? And like, obviously I don't know for sure because I've never been in that scenario. There are multiple reasons for that. This is not to say that it's not possible. But given the fact that I take my physical health very important, and physical activity and physical fitness, the integral part of my life, and I'm hoping it will be for the rest of my life, but you never know. And so generally speaking, the romantic partners that I've had in the past, no surprise, they have also taken their physical health pretty seriously, or they have also been physically active. So whatever, nothing's impossible. Anything is possible. But on the whole, I would say, on average, it's less likely that I'll have a partner that, let's say, they'll put on excess weight. And this is not to say that that's a bad thing. But assuming it happens, the way I would approach it, like, I wouldn't be concerned about their weight. At the end of the day, I wouldn't really care about their weight or their physical appearance. It would be coming from the place of caring, as in this is presumably someone that I love and care about, and I'm concerned for their health. Pretty much, as you put it here, Evolving Simp, of like coming from the place of health concern, because like that would be the truth. If it actually happens, that my romantic partner puts on weight, for it to affect my physical attraction to them, like it would have to be pretty much like so much weight that it is in the territory of unhealthy, and that is the actual conversation that I would have. Like, I'm concerned with your health. I don't really care how you look. As someone who cares about you, well, then I care about your health. What are your thoughts on parents letting their kids get obese over a sustained period of time? I mean, like, I'm not in favor of that, but I know that there are complicated reasons as to why this occurs. Like, I would never just boil it down just simply bad parenting, bad parents. Maybe a lot of the times it has to do with access to healthy food. It might be an education issue. It might be both. It might be a combination of factors. What I would say is I recognize that childhood obesity is a problem that needs to be addressed, and it likely needs to be addressed at the level of the parent. But I don't think there's one right answer that addresses that problem. At a medical point of view, we can't blame. Yeah, 100%. And you are definitely way more the medical expert than I am. Really, the person that close, there's no problem. I think you'd be surprised. Let's just say, it doesn't. It's not a linear relationship. As in, the closer you are to a person, the easier it is to have conversations. If anything, I think many people would say the opposite. The closer you are, the more difficult it is to have those types of conversations. Because understandably, they can be emotionally charged. And especially with someone you're that close to, can be even more emotionally charged. Understandably so. So stigmatization of surgical treatment for obesity. Metabolic surgery, also known as bariatric surgery, provides a compelling example of how weight stigma can also extend to treatments for obesity. Compared with individuals who lose weight using diet and exercise alone, those who lose weight through metabolic surgery can be at risk of stronger stigma because they are stereotyped as being lazy, being less responsible for weight loss. It is not surprising that many hide their surgical status, right? Despite evidence of efficacy and cost-effectiveness of surgical interventions for obesity, only 1.1 to 2% of surgical candidates who qualify worldwide currently undergo such surgery. A research survey in the United States showed that only 19.2% of responders supported insurance coverage of metabolic operations. Okay, yeah. Definitions. Maybe this also answers some of your questions. Oh, what is in the ballpark of shaming? The weight stigma refers to social devaluation and denigration of individuals because of their excess body weight and can lead to negative attitudes, stereotypes, prejudice, and discrimination. Weight-based stereotypes include generalizations that individuals with overweight or obesity are lazy, gluttonous, lacking in willpower and self-discipline, incompetent, unmotivated to improve their health, non-compliant with medical treatment, and are personally to blame for their higher body fat. And what I would say, or what I'm going to bring in, okay, and I'm going to allude to some other evidence of, here in this joint international consensus statement, okay, I think they're explicitly saying, let's stop the stigmatization of individuals who are overweight or obese. Okay, as in, pretty much stop treating them negatively. And I would say that makes sense. That is borne out in the research. And to further make my case, okay, this is also borne out in the research. As in, okay, the external messaging that you receive should not result in stigmatization of you as a person in regards to the status of your weight. I would say that also holds true in the context of your inner critic or your inner dialogue, where there are reasons, good reasons, why in the literature, in the research, especially when it comes to health behavior, and what motivates someone to adopt healthier behavior. Self-compassion appears to be part of that, where it's pretty much as a good motivator to adopt healthier behaviors and lifestyles, self-compassion appears to be a pretty important component of that. As in, if your inner critic is so harsh, okay, you are pretty much the opposite of self-compassionate. You are self-critical. That has the opposite effect. Or rather, it's let's say, not the most optimal way to motivate yourself to be healthier or adopt a healthier lifestyle. And so, if the research is showing that, hey, your internal monologue, what you say to yourself matters in terms of how motivated you are to change, let's say it would make no sense to me that, but the social messaging can be negative. That's okay. We can shame and stigmatize, but that as long as you're self-compassionate, well, then it's okay. I would say no, these should be ideally in alignment, as in whatever. External compassion, as in compassion from society at large, ideally, at the very least, in your social circle, and the people close to you are compassionate towards you. And it also follows that you should be self-compassionate towards yourself. We're like, yeah, this is a meta-analysis, investigating the relationships between self-compassion and physical health. And like, spoiler alert, no surprise. Self-compassion is important. Results support the proposition that self-compassion can promote better physical health. Practical implications of these findings are discussed. I would say this self-compassion component is in line with this joint consensus statement. They're pretty much like saying, hey, we are not being compassionate society-wide towards these people. So in addition to the self-compassion that they have, we as other people, society at large, be compassionate towards them. And here, I highlighted this for a reason. They touch upon shame specifically, weight stigma, and public health policy. Historical examples of illnesses whose social construction incorporated moral judgments about the role of individuals' actions in contracting the disease, for example, plague, cholera, syphilis, HIV/AIDS, demonstrate that stigma can interfere with public health efforts to control epidemics. These examples also highlight the importance of initiatives aimed at combating stigma and social exclusion. For example, in United Nations General Assembly Special Session on HIV/AIDS, 2002-2003. So, public health efforts to date have typically neglected stigma as a barrier in efforts to address obesity. By contrast, some public health strategies openly embrace stigmatization of individuals with obesity based on the assumption that shame will motivate them to change behavior and achieve weight loss through a self-directed diet and increased physical exercise. Both observational and randomized controlled studies show that these strategies can result in opposite effect and may instead induce exercise avoidance, consumption of unhealthy diets, and increased sedentary behaviors, leading to poor metabolic health, increased weight gain, and reduced quality of life. So again, they mentioned shame specifically, where you might be making the situation worse. Some public health messages and government-supported anti-obesity campaigns also characterize the merits of prevention of obesity as a preferable alternative to treatments for established obesity, such as pharmacotherapy or surgery, which are often considered more expensive. This is a misconception, as it frames prevention and treatment as being mutually exclusive, whereas these approaches should generally be directed toward two distinct populations with different needs. Right. So sort of as what you brought up, Bob Marley, of like, as far as I can tell, Owen, one of the best ways to prevent an individual from becoming overweight or obese is to start in childhood, which is like easier said than done. But it's like, yeah, generally speaking, it is true that on average, prevention better than treatment. But as they say here, these are not mutually exclusive. You can advocate for prevention while also at the same time advocating for things that will help people who are currently overweight or obese, allow them to hopefully make healthier choices and lead healthier lifestyles. But like as I say here, distinct populations with different needs, and the recommendations need to be tailored to each individual population. Discrimination in employment. Workplace discrimination against individuals with overweight and obesity is common in high-income countries. Individuals with obesity have reported receiving lower starting salaries, can be ranked as less qualified, and can work longer hours than do thinner employees. Persons with obesity can be perceived to be less suitable for employment and are less likely to be invited for an interview, or if employed, are perceived to be less successful compared with thinner peers. Women with obesity are the especially unlikely to be hired. Bit of a typo here. A UK study of about 120,000 individuals aged 37 to 73 years found a strong association between higher BMI and lower socioeconomic status, especially in women. Which is like, yeah, given the fact that, unfortunately, there's a greater emphasis on women's appearance, or rather, that's the best way to frame it. Given the fact that women are held to a higher standard when it comes to their physical appearance and their physical presentation, it's not a surprise to me that they are disproportionately affected by the overall stigmatization of individuals who are overweight or obese. Similarly, a US study reported that overweight women are more likely to work in lower paying jobs and make less money compared with the average size women and all men. For the vast majority of individuals with obesity who experience discrimination in recruitment in the workplace, there is generally no protection under current legislation. Although some US states have recently introduced a legislation that protects against height and weight discrimination, the Civil Rights Act of 1964 does not identify weight as a protected characteristic, and only in some instances a condition of very high BMI can meet the definition of disability under a 2008 amendment of the Americans with Disabilities Act legislation. This amendment, however, does not cover individuals who are not disabled, even though they can also be victims of weight discrimination. Similarly, in 2014, the European Court of Justice ruled that being severely overweight could be considered a disability if this condition disrupts an employee's ability to work. However, obesity per se is generally not specified as a disabling condition in current EU employment law. Hence, most anti-discrimination laws require interpretation of whether a person with obesity has a disability. The UK Equality Act specifically prohibits discrimination on the grounds of age, disability, gender reassignment, marriage and civil partnership, pregnancy, maternity, race, ethnicity, religion, or belief, sex, and sexual orientation, but not for obesity. It's like all these things, which are great, but like basically this is omitted, and almost certainly unnecessarily omitted. Weight bias and research. Research into obesity and diabetes is underfunded compared with other diseases relative to their burden and costs on society. For example, the US National Institutes of Health's projected budgets for cancer, HIV, AIDS, and digestive diseases are 5 to 10 times greater than the budget for obesity, despite that the latter affecting substantially more Americans. Should weight be part of the Civil Rights Act, though? I feel like obesity probably quite reasonably can be seen after the mix. That is a valid question. No. I think based off, I basically, will advocate, that no one should be discriminated against, for their weight. Or regardless of their weight status. Either, pretty much they're being too thin or having excess weight. Pretty much like your weight should not be a factor, just as your race should not be a factor. As they're saying here, the Equality Act, UK, covers all these things, but this is left out. I would be okay if they included obesity in this UK Equality Act. I understand the point that you're making in terms of, a weight can be a factor that makes someone less fit for a job. What I would say is that, if someone can't perform the job, well, then it should be based off of their performance. As in, if there's some sort of, physically demanding, I can't think of anyone or any particular type of job offhand, if you want to provide an example. But I can't really think of any particular job or employment where it's the performance aspect doesn't cover it. Or if in fact their weight status is affecting their performance, then I would assume that their performance would speak for itself, and it would get kind of filtered out, that aspect. And Kitty, welcome. Thank you so much for passing by. I hope you're doing well. Always nice to see you. Always a pleasure. And yeah, thank you so much for the lurk. Always appreciated. Isn't there a large connection between bullying and yeah, absolutely. Well, there are a multitude of reasons as to why, generally speaking, on average, women experience eating disorders or disordered eating at much higher rate than men. And like, yeah, totally, bullying is a variable in that, and also the societal expectations placed upon women for their appearance definitely plays a part in that for sure. So where was I? Oh yeah. Among the 5,600 participants in a recent multinational research survey, ASK study, higher weight stigma was associated with lower prioritization of spending on obesity research. There are also several ways in which stigma can hinder support of research and scientific advances. For instance, oversimplified notion that obesity is caused by eating too much and exercising too little implies that the causes of obesity and its epidemic are well understood and not complex. In this context, research designed to elucidate etiologic mechanisms of obesity may not be perceived as a priority. Furthermore, funding could be skewed toward projects that are anticipated to be effective. Implementation of behavior and lifestyle interventions, reducing support for investigation of novel methods of prevention and treatment, or implementation of available evidence-based therapies, that is, pharmaceutical or surgical approaches. So, basically, what it seems to boil down to, as in, since, many people think, that we already have the answer to, the obesity epidemic, which it just boils down to essentially eating less and exercising more, and therefore, we don't need to devote a lot more research. Rather, we don't need to devote a lot more funding to research to understand how to get people to adopt these factors, or even understand that, as they say, it's complex, and that there might be biological or physiological factors that are at play as well. Genetics aren't everything, but they are a part of the equation that affects someone's weight status. And since, again, it's kind of like, for many people, it's a foregone conclusion of like, oh, we know how to solve it. It's just like up to the individual. Therefore, we don't need to do more research to understand it better, or even do research on like, even if these are the answers, like just eating less and exercising more, then how do you get people to adopt habits? I would say there's a huge gap in research there, where there's not enough research like this, going like, what are the components, or what are the things that you can start doing at an individual level that maybe helps you adopt healthier. Causes and contributors for weight stigma. Evidence from several countries shows that when individuals attribute the causes of obesity primarily to internal controllable factors or personal choices, they exhibit higher weight bias. Again, no surprise, if you yourself view, this is where your beliefs shape your external views. And if you believe that it all just boils down to you're overweight or obese, it's just a personal failing, well then, at least no surprise to me, you exhibit a higher weight bias. Whereas acknowledging the complex causes of obesity, including elements such as genetics, biology, and environmental factors, is associated with lower levels of weight bias and less blame. This is not to say, okay, that there is no responsibility on the person at all. It's not an either or, not a binary. I don't think it's a binary. Like, you could recognize that, yes, some of it comes down where it's like, I'm all about empowering people, and so like at the individual level, what do you have power over? Like, have power. And speaking, you have power over your choices, the choices that you make. But those choices are influenced by so many other factors, as they allude to here: genetics, biology, environmental factors, society at large. They're talking about stigma for a reason, where it's like this stigmatization, affects how you make your choices, or how empowered you feel make your choices. Ironically, I find that some healthy ministry around the world, RBs, for example, yeah, it's a little bit ironic, but I would say, that's not inherently a bad thing. And it might, let's say, inject a degree of humanity into that ministry. Like, hey, if the minister of health is also struggling with leading healthy lifestyle, then maybe hopefully they can be compassionate towards other people, and would really want to figure out how to implement policy that allows people, that hopefully helps people lead healthier lifestyles. Basically, I would hope that a health minister who's struggling with their own health would be more empathetic. People in society that are struggling with their health. Have you looked at the sugar tax? Is it possible? So I've only heard of the sugar tax. I have not looked into any of the research as to whether it's effective or not. I would suspect there's probably some moderate effect. And I can see that as kind of like maybe just like a simple measure of modifying people's consumer habits. But let's just say I would say this is more of a band-aid solution, actual real fundamental solution. But there is something to be said for band-aid solution. Let's see. Yeah, these findings suggest that the prevailing narrative of obesity in news coverage, public health campaigns, and political discourse centered heavily on notions of personal responsibility can play an important part in the expression of weight stigma and reinforce weight-based stereotypes. The absence of national laws that prohibit weight discrimination can also contribute to expression of weight stigma, as it communicates a societal message that weight stigma is acceptable and tolerable, right? So I would say they're explicitly addressing what Wick was saying in the clip that I played. I think he explicitly said, bully me a little bit. And again, I think they're being very clear here. Like this is not, this type of stigma should not be accepted. It is not tolerable. However, evidence in North America, Europe, Australia, and Iceland suggests that there might be substantial public support to enact and pass legislation to prohibit weight discrimination. Like, yeah, pretty much as you brought up earlier, Bob Marley, of like, hey, maybe in that UK Equality Act, maybe obesity should be a part of that. The gap between scientific evidence and misconceptions in the public narrative. I think you saw that play out in the panel and in the clip that I played. The notion that the causes of overweight and obesity depend on individuals' faults, such as laziness and gluttony, stems from the assumption that body weight is entirely under volitional control. This assumption, and many of its corollaries, are now at odds with a definitive body of biological and clinical evidence developed over the last few decades. Body weight equals calories in and calories out. This equation is often oversimplified in the public narrative of obesity, and even by healthcare professionals, as if the two variables, calories in and calories out, were dependent only on two factors, amount of food consumed and exercise performed, therefore implying that body weight is completely controllable by voluntary decisions to eat less and exercise more. Just look at the research. Apparently 20% higher sugar tax isn't a fix. Yeah. That doesn't surprise me. And 1.3%, I would say in the grand scheme of things, that is probably significant, given just the sheer number of people. Where it's like, yeah, basically, given the fact that it's a positive, I can see it. But I would say there's essentially a sugar tax would not be my starting point of any policy suggestion. But like, on the list, on the top 10 list of policy suggestions, probably a sugar tax doesn't make that list. Why do other countries with the same fast foods and soda not experience obesity at the same level America does? Is it a culture of excess or genetics or just okay? It's an excellent question. Totally valid and excellent question. That I'm not saying I have the answer to, but I have my answer based off of the research that I will share. What I would say is okay. When you look at, let's say, developing countries, or let's say countries that are on the path from going to developing to developed countries, basically as they adopt, more Western eating habits, as you say, as more fast food chains open up in countries, like let's say China. I think China's a great example, and India as well. You do actually see the rates of overweight and obesity go up. And what I would say is like, it's probably only a matter of time before, let's say, they catch up to the United States, or become to similar levels. But even just using my own country, Canada, as an example, Canada also has an issue with overweight and obesity. But just by the numbers, generally speaking, it's less of a problem in Canada. And I would say there are good reasons for this. Where I would say that is largely culturally driven. What I would say is that I'm not an American. But what I would say is, based off of what I know of American culture, it is generally a self, it's a culture that cultivates self-interested behavior, or what I would put under the category of self-interested behavior, or maybe even under the broader category of self-enhancement behavior, so to speak. But I would put self-enhancement in quotes, not actual self-enhancement. Basically, to put the extremes on the spectrum. Take a country like China. Generally speaking, their overall culture is more collective. I think that is fair to say. I think most people recognize that, on average, on the whole, China just has a more collective mentality or culture associated with it. And then I would say, on the opposite end, you have the United States, where pretty much totally not collective, pretty much like individual self-interest. I would say that is what the culture cultivates. A purely rational, individual, self-interest type of culture. And based off of what I know of the psychological research, it is no surprise, at least to me, just my thoughts based off of what I know. It is no surprise to me that a culture that is, I would say, hyper-individualistic, that is, let's say, cultivates that sort of rational self-interest mindset, but rational in quotations, that you see higher rates of overweight and obesity. In addition to, marketing, I would say, in my mind, deceptive marketing practices, or let's say marketing and social messaging that cultivates consumerism and consumption of products. I've brought this up before, of like, what is the overall kind of like psychological profile of like consumerist behavior. And generally speaking, once you kind of like cultivate that consumerist behavior, not only will you consume just like more material things, you'll also consume more food, or let's say you will struggle, or it'll be more challenging to establish a healthier relationship with food, if that sort of like consumerist, self-interest mindset has been cultivated in you. But I also read that the sugar tax in kids decreased obesity. Okay, well, that's pretty substantial. Is Japan an outlier in that it isn't catching up? Okay. Japan, I can't remember the overweight and obesity of Japan. But I think it does hold true that their rates of obesity, overweight and obesity are lower, significantly lower than the United States. Where it's like, yeah, Japan is an outlier, as Bob Marley said. But let's just say Japan is struggling with many other things. Where I would say if Japan was also if also had similar numbers of overweight and obesity as the United States, Japan would be even more in trouble than it currently is. Where Japan, at least as far as I can tell, the outlook for Japan over the next like decade or so is not looking great. Where if I remember correctly, they have kind of like a suicide issue. They have a fertility issue, or pretty much like number of children issue. They have certain demographic issues. Basically, sort of like a demographic collapse. And yeah, you also have people in Japan that are like really struggling with social isolation, and I would say like voluntary social isolation, where like they just like lost the motivation for anything. Where it's like, yeah, that's a whole separate topic. But let's just say, yeah, you can have kind of like the same fundamental cause, okay, at the root, but it can have multiple different trajectories. As in, many of the challenges that Japan is facing, I would say at a deep fundamental level, they overlap in terms of cause as to what the United States is facing when it comes to, you know, overweight and obesity, that being a challenge. As in, I would say like the root cause is largely the same, not identical. It's just like manifesting itself in different ways, shaped by culture, shaped by other, you know, factors. Yeah, that too, economic stagnation. So, yeah, this calorie in, calories out mentality, which, you know, calories in, calories out, you know, technically speaking, like true, as in whatever, thermodynamically speaking, true. Like, you know, fat is energy storage. You know, you can't store what you don't have. You know, you can't store the energy that you don't consume. Like calories in, calories out, you know, technically true. But I would say it's an overly simplified equation, as they say here. Both variables of the equation depend on factors additional to just eating and exercising. For instance, energy intake depends on the amount of food consumed, but also on the amount of food-derived energy absorbed through the GI tract, which in turn is influenced by multiple factors, such as digestive enzymes, bile acids, microbiota, gut hormones, and neural signals, none of which are under voluntary control. And I would say this, you know, this is, I understand why they word it this way, but this terminology of neural signals is doing a lot of work, where, you know, neural signals, it just boils down to, you know, what's going on in your brain, you know, your brain activity, as in like neural signals also comes down to like the thoughts that you have, and I would say that is one of the also a variable at play in terms of, you know, the choices that you make, and the food choices that you make, and, you know, the thoughts that you have in your brain heavily influenced by, you know, an infinite number of things, you know, society at large, your upbringing, your genetic background, where it's like, yeah, this neural signals, again, I totally understand why they phrase it this way. This is doing a lot of work in my mind. But yeah, at the end of the day, your neural signals not really under voluntary control. Similarly, energy output is not entirely accounted for by physical activity, which only contributes to about 30% of total daily energy expenditure. Right, where like most people think, well, it boils down to it's virtually impossible, if not, or rather, it's exceptionally challenging, if not impossible, to, you know, outrun a bad diet. As in, like, if you have a bad diet, yeah, no amount of physical activity can really overcome a bad diet. Where, like, the vast majority of, let's say, weight loss, you know, comes from dietary changes. Metabolic rate accounts for 60 to 80% of total daily energy expenditure, with the thermic effect of feeding constituting approximately 10%. On this thermic effect of feeding, that's basically, you know, the energy consumed to extract energy from food. As in, like, as you digest, you know, that is work that your body is doing, and that is work that burns calories. Thus, even when individuals expend energy via exercise, except for elite athletes, the overall contribution to energy expenditure is relatively small. Right. Like, you can burn 1,000 calories in an exercise session, but that is like one really intense exercise session, where it's like, you know, obviously there's some errors in how calories are measured during exercise, but let's just say the most amount of calories that I can burn in one workout session is, and like my most intense workout session. This is definitely not something I can do day in and day out. But, you know, my most intensive workout sessions where I'm burning the most amount of calories, like I'm burning like in the ballpark of 800 to 1,000. I'm like, that's like my most, pretty much, RPE 10. And I definitely don't and cannot do, you know, RPE 10 workouts every day. Not sustainable for me. I definitely wouldn't recommend that to anybody. Where it's like, you know, as the saying goes, you can't really outrun a bad diet unless you're like that type of athlete, where it's like, yeah, your entire waking life is devoted to training. Like you are burning thousands of calories. The existence of a powerful, precise homeostatic system that maintains body weight within a relatively narrow, individualized range is supported by scientific evidence. This regulatory system can counteract voluntary efforts to reduce body weight by activating potent compensatory biologic responses, for example, increased appetite and decreased metabolic rate that promote weight regain. Clinical evidence shows that a 10% weight loss elicits compensatory changes in energy expenditure, and modifications of appetite signals that increase hunger and reduce satiety. These metabolic and biologic adaptations can persist long-term after losing weight and continue even after partial weight regain. In a Greg Doucette video, he got so mad when that doesn't surprise. Well, you know, in what video does Greg Doucette not get mad? Although I will fully admit, maybe he's changed his content, but I pretty much like stopped consuming his content maybe a little over a year ago. Does calories in and out actually work for some people though? And is that rare? Okay, so that is a good question. Like, as I said, calories in, calories out, you know, technically true. And even, okay, even when I've coached and trained people on their path to weight loss, okay, I recommend that they track their calories. Like not to anything radical, like, you know, not to like, you know, down to like the decimal point, but at least to have a good idea of the amount of energy that you're consuming on a daily basis. That is good to know on your path to weight loss. You know, you gotta know where you're starting from. at least in my mind, to know where you want to go. And so knowing the calories that you take in, calories in, at least for me, when I've coached people and trained people lose weight, we are tracking calories. Nothing. I never recommend anything obsessive. They don't need to they don't need to carry around an Excel document. Although these days, there are apps to track your calories, so it is actually pretty simple. But basically, you probably don't need to put in, like, if you chewed a piece of gum, that's like 2 calories. You don't need to track that. But I would say, within plus or minus 100, 200 calories, you should know the amount of calories that you're consuming on a daily basis, in the ballpark. And then from there, you start making dietary modifications. Like, okay, if you know that you consume, about 2,500 calories per day, and then, you want to lose weight, and you know that you consuming 2,500 calories per day, your weight is not changing, well, then you know that you need to reduce your calories a bit. My usual starting point is just like, reducing your calories by just a couple hundred per day. Nothing dramatic. And then, like, doing that, seeing how your body responds, and then, fine-tuning from there. So yeah, to answer your question, like, the equation, or like just the mindset of calories in, calories out, I would say, like, doesn't work because it's oversimplified. But tracking your calories, tracking your energy intake and expenditure, that is a good thing. It's mostly just recognizing that there is a larger context when it comes to weight loss. If 2 people walk 5 miles at the same pace, will calories burned be the same or depend? Excellent question. So the answer is no. Where energy efficiency, and the amount of calories that you burn, per activity, whether that's walking, running, that comes down to the individual. And that is a range of factors. Obviously, your biology and physiology are taking, your genetic background, and also your fitness level, etc., etc. The amount of muscle mass that you have. It's like, yeah, there's so many factors to take into account that basically the answer to this question, like, if 2 people walk 5 miles at the same pace, will calories burned be? That will depend on the individual. I've heard that even things that are 0 calories can spike your read that. I'm curious where you read that. To say I'm very familiar with what results in insulin release, and carbohydrate metabolism, body. I can maybe foresee that maybe there are some sugar substitutes, or artificial sweeteners that may result in an insulin spike. But, like, on the whole, as long as you are not consuming a carbohydrate, well, yeah, as long as you're not consuming a carbohydrate that your body recognizes, that should not result in a spike. But yeah, I'd be curious if you happen to remember, or if there's, like, a link that you know of that makes that claim. From a person who does keto, who says sugar-free drink. Okay. Sugar-free drinks. So, if I remember correctly, there are some studies. I'm not going to make any claims. I haven't looked into the research heavily. But I believe there are some sugar substitute or artificial sweeteners that may result in an insulin spike, but I think on the whole, artificial sweeteners should not result like an insulin. But that's something I need to look into. If they're making that claim, I'm curious what research they're relying on to say that. Basically, on the whole, this claim does not hold true. And spiking insulin is bad. Well, yeah, don't get me started on keto. Keto is not really a diet that I would ever personally recommend. Each their own. Do what works for you. But I think there are way better, healthier diets, regardless of what your goal is. If your goal is weight loss, if your goal is increasing muscle mass, I think there are way better alternatives than obesity is primarily caused by voluntary overeating and a sedentary lifestyle. Yeah, they're going through the myths or misconceptions. Although this concept might appear to be a straightforward conclusion, given common personal experiences of the fluctuations of body weight during periods of excess energy intake or a sedentary lifestyle, the evidence supports a more nuanced situation. For example, in a Canadian study, Canada, that used accelerometers to measure physical activity, girls with obesity took more steps per day than girls within the normal weight range. Similar findings have been observed for adults. By substantially higher levels of physical activity, total daily energy expenditure among hunter-gatherers in Africa's savannas today is largely similar to that of adults living in modern European or US cities, where obesity prevalence is high. These findings contrast with conventional views that primarily attribute the cause of obesity to sedentary lifestyles, and suggest that compensatory metabolic adaptations maintain total energy expenditure relatively constant among human populations and across various levels of physical activities. Additional evidence is now also available indicating other possible causes and contributors to obesity, including genetic and epigenetic factors. This is, an emerging area of research. But I would say, even though this is fairly new, the evidence appears to be quite clear that epigenetics, well, it plays a part in many things, but it seems to be clearly playing a part in, let's say, the status of our weight. Foodborne factors, sleep deprivation, and circadian dysrhythmia, right? As in basically not living according to your circadian rhythm. Psychological stress, endocrine disruptors, basically disrupting your hormones, medications, and intrauterine and intergenerational effects, right? Like, what's happening, as you're developing, during child development, in the womb, basically. And intergenerational effects, sort of things that are passed from parent to child. Whether that's, socialization or these epigenetic factors. This is a developing area of research, but, there's emerging research showing that, epigenetic factors can be passed down or transmitted from parent to child. These factors do not require overeating or physical inactivity to explain excess weight. A dominant role of genetic factors in obesity pathogenesis has also been demonstrated in studies comparing the concordance of body weight among fraternal versus identical twins, for example, as well as studies of adults adopted as infants compared with their biological and adoptive parents. Hence, overeating and reduced physical activity, when present, might be symptoms rather than the root causes of obesity. Finally, the frequent failure of therapeutic and public health strategies focused on the recommendation to eat less and move more could call into question a causal role of voluntary overeating and sedentary lifestyle as primary causes of obesity. He also said eating small meals all day can be worse than one large meal. Is that... no. Although, depends on what you mean by worse, or what they meant by worse. Like, I understand you're not making this. But it sounds like, okay, they're basically advocating for some sort of like intermittent fasting strategy, where it's like, hey, instead of eating regularly, just condense and consume all your calories that one small short window a day. I think a lot of people use fasting until like 8 p.m. and then you consume all your calories between like 8 p.m. and 11 p.m. Like a 3-hour window. And like, that is a strategy that you can use. But basically, as far as I can tell, there's no real advantage to intermittent fasting when it comes to at least weight loss, calorie consumption, other than some people just find it easier to restrict their calories when basically just easier for some people to fast and restrict their calories with the strategy of an intermittent fasting than like just trying to limit your calories at each meal. Just like some people just based off of whatever their personality or psychology just seem better adapted to fasting than reducing the meals throughout the day. But like aside from that, as far as I can tell, there's no real tangible benefit. Let's say intermittent fasting, or like consuming one large meal as opposed to multiple small meals a day. Could the sleep deprivation be a result of obesity, aka needs? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, like those assisted breathing apparatuses. Where like, so we definitely know with a high degree of confidence that sleep apnea is a thing, and that sleep apnea is often made worse or caused by being overweight or obese, which that can result in requiring a CPAP. So like yeah, it's a little bit of a chicken and the egg type of thing. Like we know, okay, that sleep deprivation can increase your risk of becoming overweight or obese, but also at the same time, becoming overweight or obese can affect the quality of your sleep. And so it's like there's a dynamic effect going on there, where in kind of like a worst case scenario, it might just kind of be like a snowballing effect, where a situation can get worse and worse, where like if you are not overweight or obese but you happen to have sleep apnea, and the quality of your sleep is being affected, you're getting low quality sleep, that might result in you becoming overweight or obese, and that might further affect your sleep quality, and therefore further worsening your risk or increasing your risk for being overweight or obese. So it's like, yeah, it's really tricky. Let's see. Oh yeah, this myth here. Obesity is a lifestyle choice. Persons with obesity typically recognize obesity as a serious health problem, rather than a conscious choice. More than 2/3 of 3,000 individuals with obesity surveyed in the ACTION study considered obesity to be as or more serious than other health conditions, including high blood pressure, diabetes, and depression. Given the negative effects of obesity on quality of life, the well-known risks of serious complications, and reduced life expectancy associated with it, it is a misconception to define obesity as a choice. So it's like, yeah, as I was alluding to earlier, that you brought up Bob Marley, which again, there's always exceptions, where I have no doubt that there's a small subset of people that really aren't aware that being overweight or obese can negatively affect your health. But I think on the whole, most people know that. And that is borne out in the data. But they say more than 2/3. So that's not everybody, right? And even then, they're just saying obesity to be as or more serious than other health conditions. So it seems like at the very least, they recognize that it's serious, just a matter of the degree of severity. And so this is why, it's probably using the extreme example of like, do you tell a stranger lose weight? Again, I gave multiple reasons, but one of them is just like, yeah, you're probably not telling them new information, and also you don't know much or anything at all about this stranger. And the fourth misconception, obesity is a condition, not a disease. Labeling obesity as a disease, risk factor, or condition has implications for treatment and policy development and can contribute to promoting or mitigating stigmatizing views toward affected individuals. An argument often used against labeling obesity a disease is that doing so communicates a societal message that individual responsibility is not relevant in obesity, thus reducing adherence to healthier lifestyles. Defining obesity as a disease or not, however, should be based on objective medical and biological evidence, not sociologic implications. The criteria generally used for recognition of a disease status are clearly fulfilled in many individuals with obesity, as commonly defined, albeit not all. These criteria include specific signs or symptoms such as increased adiposity, this is just, increased fat or fat cells, or let's say adipocytes. That's the term for the specific fat cells. Reduced quality of life and or increased risk of further illness, complications, and deviation from a normal physiology, or well-characterized pathophysiology, for example, inflammation, insulin resistance, and alterations of hormonal signals regulating satiety and appetite. As reviewed in a statement from the World Obesity Federation, many medical societies, as well as the World Health Organization, the U.S. Food and Drug Association, the U.S. National Institutes of Health, and the Nagoya Declaration have now defined obesity as a disease or disease process. Admittedly, however, defining obesity as a disease, but measuring it only by BMI thresholds, as in contemporary medical practice, risks labeling as ill some individuals who, despite possibly being at risk of future illness, have no current evidence of disease. For example, cases where high BMI results from being particularly muscular or having short stature. This potential risk of misdiagnosis underscores the inadequacy of current diagnostic criteria for obesity and the need to identify more meaningful clinical and biological criteria than just BMI to diagnose the disease. Right. So they're touching upon something really nuanced here, at least I think so, where, I would say they're advocating for classifying or considering obesity as a disease, but they recognize that there are clear shortcomings to doing that, or flaws doing that, where, as I alluded to earlier, the classification of obesity, at least when it comes to, medical and scientific research, is based off of, BMI, body mass index. And that, I think everyone now knows, or virtually everyone now knows, that there are clear drawbacks or clear limitations to using BMI, classifying someone as overweight or obese. Whereas they're sort of saying here, not only, let's say, if you're going to consider obesity as a disease, okay, as in you're diagnosing someone with obesity, and thus the disease of obesity, well then, are you actually really diagnosing a condition, a disease, where it's like, all you're saying is that they have excess weight. Their blood pressure might be normal, their blood sugar levels might be normal. Basically, like, aside from the BMI number, nothing else shows up on any of the medical tests. Like their blood pressure is fine. They might even be, in decent or good cardiovascular health. And so it's like, all you're really saying is, like, as they pretty much outline here, you're diagnosing someone based off of them being at risk of a future illness. Is that an appropriate classification of disease? As they're sort of saying, there's clear limitations to that. And also at the same time, if you're going to actually classify being overweight or obese, or specifically obesity as a disease, well, then you're going to be diagnosing people that, yeah, those who are exceptionally muscular, you're going to be putting them in the disease category. Where technically speaking, according to BMI, like I'm overweight. But I think it's fair to say that I don't have excess body fat on my body. So I think they're recognizing that they need a better way if they want to classify obesity as a disease. They need a better way to assess for obesity than just BMI. Body fat measure is much better, isn't it? No, it is better. So here is where there's the balancing act of like what's optimal and what's practical and accessible. Where at the end of the day, we don't have really good ways or really good accurate ways of measuring body fat or body fat percentage. I think currently the most accurate, best way is like a DEXA scan, which is like literally pretty much a machine somewhat similar to an MRI, but not the same technology. It just like scans your body and it measures or attempts to measure the body fat in your body or whatever. It'll report a percentage, but even that is not all that accurate, or rather there's error associated with that. So like a DEXA scan, using that to assess someone's body fat percentage, that would be more ideal. Definitely better than using BMI. The issue is this type of instrument or technology is not accessible to everyone. You can't just go to your family doctor and get a DEXA scan. Because like this type of technology is just not widely available, and it's typically like only available in like a hospital setting. And it's just not practical to like scan everyone. And so we use these tools like BMI simply because they're accessible. Because like you can go to your family doctor or general practitioner, and they can do the basic measurements of like your height and weight, and they can do the calculation, and then from there they can assess your BMI. So basically the answer is like, yes, it is better. One of the primary reasons why we use BMI is because like it's accessible, that it can pretty much be done every doctor's office, as opposed to like the more accurate body fat measurements that are more time consuming, or like they require like specific access to a technology. Severe obesity is usually reversible by voluntarily eating less and exercising more. Fifth myth. This assumption is also not supported by evidence. First, body weight and fat mass are known to be regulated by numerous physiological mechanisms beyond voluntary food intake and physical exercise. A large body of clinical evidence has shown that voluntary attempts to eat less and exercise more render only modest effects on body weight in most individuals with severe obesity. When fat mass decreases, the body responds with reduced resting energy expenditure and changes in signals that increase hunger and reduce satiety. For example, leptin and ghrelin. These are the hormones that kind of like regulate appetite or satiety. These compensatory metabolic and biologic adaptations promote weight regain and persist for as long as persons are in the reduced energy state, even if they gain some weight back. Metabolic surgery is often referred to as an easy way out, based on assumption that these interventions mechanically restrict food intake in a manner that individuals are not sufficiently disciplined to achieve on their own. However, evidence demonstrates that surgical interventions elicit numerous metabolic effects opposite to the compensatory physiologic responses normally triggered by diet-induced weight reduction, thereby promoting major long-term weight loss. Such mechanisms include a paradoxical decrease in appetite and increase in metabolic rate, which change adaptively the opposite directions to those following most non-surgical weight loss. There are also favorable post-operative alterations in gastrointestinal hormones, bile acid signaling, gut microbiota, absorption and utilization of glucose by the gut, modulations of gastrointestinal nutrient signaling that influence insulin sensitivity, and others. So, wrapping up in the discussion, in this initiative, we sought to inform healthcare professionals, policymakers, and the public about the prevalence, causes, and harmful consequences of weight stigma. A novel, specific goal not formulated in prior related initiatives was to address the gap between popular, stigmatizing narratives around obesity and current scientific knowledge regarding mechanisms of body weight regulation. We found ample evidence of pervasive weight bias and stigma in many diverse domains of society, causing serious mental and physical harm to individuals with obesity. We met our primary objective of gathering a broad group of experts and scientific organizations to raise the problem and, to our knowledge for the first time, speak with one voice against this important issue, pledging to do what we can to end it. Pledge in Box 1, Executive Summary in Box 3, and recommendations in Table 3, which we're going to go through in a moment. There are several limitations to our work. For example, largely owing to the nature of relevant publications, we did not perform a formal systematic review with stringent criteria for levels of evidence. Our method of literature study was closer to a structured, rapid review performed over approximately 6 months, and it only included English language papers. Also, although our expert panel comprised representatives from 10 nations spanning 5 continents, it was heavily weighted toward individuals from the United States and other high-income countries. Not a surprise. But at the same time, I would say it's generally speaking, it's the high-income countries or the developed countries that struggle with this issue of overweight or obesity. Much of the evidence base is also derived from these regions. It is important to note, however, that our final report has been formally endorsed by over 100 organizations at the time of publication, Box 2, including some from low-income and middle-income countries, attesting to the global relevance of the problem and our statements. A strength of our work is that we engaged a diverse group of panelists, including academics from disparate disciplines, representatives of patient advocacy organizations and patients. The broad endorsement of this statement and pledge by a diverse group of organizations, including scientific societies, patient advocacy groups, academic and medical centers, scientific journals, and a parliamentary group, provides an unprecedented opportunity for a concerted effort of all stakeholders to effectively tackle this important problem for medicine and society. I would say they're being pretty explicit here. Weight stigma and discrimination are pervasive and cause significant harm to affected individuals. The widespread narrative of obesity in the media, in public health campaigns, in political discourse, and even in scientific literature, attributing the cause of obesity primarily to personal responsibility, has an important role in the expression of societal weight stigma, reinforces weight-based stereotypes. Weight stigma can mislead clinical decisions, public health messages, and could promote unproductive allocation of limited research resources. Weight bias and stigma can result in discrimination and undermine human rights, social rights, and the health of afflicted individuals. Explaining the gap between scientific evidence and a conventional narrative of obesity built around unproven assumptions and misconceptions might help to reduce the weight bias and its harmful effects. A concerted effort of all stakeholders is required to promote educational, regulatory, and legal initiatives designed to prevent weight stigma and discrimination. And again, not like outdated research published pretty much. Coincidentally, exactly 3 years ago. At least currently, where I am, it is still March 4th. That is actually like a pretty wild coincidence. Where, yeah, it's March 4th, 2023. Like literally, this is published for me basically exactly 3 years ago. Pretty funny. Life is funny. Is there a medication that can make an obese person's metabolism not enter the low energy state, or is that snake oil and stuff? That is impossible. Let me read that to make sure I understand it. Basically, if I'm understanding you correctly, let's say, are there medications that essentially prevent someone from being able to lose weight? Or maybe basically make it impossible for an obese person to lose weight? The short answer is yes. That there are totally medications that affect your metabolism. There are totally medications that affect your metabolism to such an extent that it can make it difficult, if not impossible, to lose weight. And Zells, welcome. Thank you so much for passing by. Happy to see you. Hope you're doing well. And hello to you as also. Where actually I can think of a medication right now. Corticosteroids. Common, widely used medication. Often to treat many things, typically inflammatory disorders, to suppress the immune system, etc., etc. And these have, in addition to like their powerful ability to reduce inflammation, they also have a significant effect on one's metabolism. So much so that sometimes individuals taking this medication on its own, they can essentially have diabetes induced in them, or like it will affect their blood sugar. Where it's like, yeah, side effects, short-term side effects, as with all glucocorticoids, include high blood glucose levels, especially in patients with diabetes mellitus. And as they say here, long-term side effects, weight gain, specifically in the trunk region. Because like, yeah, as powerful as this medication is, or let's say as effective as it can, treating some condition, it can very significantly affect your metabolism. And typically when these medications are prescribed, they are prescribed in the short term, because doctors recognize that to have patients on these long term, well, not a good idea. There's significant long-term effects. But there are some conditions where there are people that take this medication long term. I think one of them specifically is muscular dystrophy, where like, yeah, muscular dystrophy, or patients with muscular dystrophy often actually take quite high doses, super high doses, because it actually has kind of like a paradoxical effect. I'm going a little bit on a tangent, mostly because I just find it so interesting. Where this medication, this is a glucocorticoid, so it's a steroid, but it's not an anabolic steroid, or generally speaking, it is not considered a anabolic steroid. It's actually considered a catabolic steroid, as in it generally leads to like muscle wasting. As they say here, common side effects with long-term use, bone loss, muscle weakness, but sort of paradoxically, when given to muscular dystrophy patients, in high doses, it actually promotes muscle synthesis or the preservation of muscle. No, definitely it does not work similar to caffeine. Caffeine is, let's say, psychoactive. It has effects on the brain. This is not to say that this doesn't have effects on the brain, because as they say, one of the side effects is potential psychosis. So that is an exceptionally rare side effect. But essentially, the mechanism of action is distinct from caffeine. Where it's like, basically, this does a number on the body, where it totally has a therapeutic benefit effect, depending on the condition. But it also has, as you can see, a huge list of potential negative side effects. As you say, cataracts. Which, nobody wants cataracts. But as you can see, just in medical uses, you have all these conditions. And just like I mentioned earlier, muscular dystrophy, right here, because of that sort of paradoxical effect. Where they're going through a lot of side effects here. Huge list. Weight gain, one of them. Increased blood sugar. Difficulty in regulating emotion. Whole bunch. I'm probably getting too off on a tangent. But to fully wrap this up, so they specifically talk about their recommendations, and their pledge in box 1, executive summary in box 3, and recommendations in table 3. Why? So we're wrapping up this article here, of like basically why we shouldn't fat shame, because it's not effective. They are saying in this article, they say quite clearly, from this group of researchers, this group of expert researchers, they are coming out and they are specifically saying, stop stigmatizing individuals who are overweight or obese. Don't shame them, because not effective, and you might actually make the situation worse. So where is box 1? Yes, pledge to eliminate weight bias and stigma of obesity. So here is basically what they are pledging. What are your thoughts on the gastric bypass surgery? So, as they kind of touch upon here in this article, it does appear to be very effective, and totally has a place in managing or treating overweight or obesity. Like, especially in unfortunately, there are some patients or individuals who get who have so much excess weight that basically they become they're not really mobile, or even just something as simple as walking is a challenge for them. I was like, what do you do in that context? Like, you're gonna recommend exercise to someone who, like, it's a challenge for them, just walk, or they just have physical limitations in their ability to do exercise, and so totally in that context, for sure, gastric bypass surgery is pretty much like the only option. And also, like, for the sake of transparency, my own mother had gastric bypass surgery. My own mother struggled with her weight for at least as long as I've known her or knew her. I haven't spoken to my mother in a long time. I don't have contact with my mother anymore. But like, yeah, totally. My mother struggled with her weight so much so, that there was a point where I saw my mother lose a lot of weight, and she adopted a healthy lifestyle, and she got down to a healthy weight. But as is typical, unfortunately, she regained pretty much all of the weight. It was like a kind of like a roller coaster ride, and pretty much it got to the point where it really didn't seem feasible for my mother, realistically speaking, to lose weight, at least not meaningfully, and keep it off. And so she had gastric bypass surgery, like pretty much literally a fairly invasive procedure, or rather, results in a pretty significant modification of, like, your stomach now is physically smaller. You simply just can't consume the same amount of food that we're able to. And many people think that oh, you just eat less, and like that's it, and then you're fine. But actually, there are pretty significant challenges, at least based off of what I observed from my mother's experience. Of like, yeah, your stomach is now physically smaller, but also like you can still overeat, and you can still have like negative effects. Where it's many of these patients, they can often become like struggle with nausea, or like if they just overdo it a little bit, they can vomit, and sometimes even just meeting their nutritional requirements can be a challenge. Like as far as I can tell, yes, the gastric bypass surgery was effective, at least for my own mother, and it's obviously effective for like the patients that undergo it. That is clear in the research. But it's no picnic, as far as I can tell. It's not all sunshine and rainbows. And it's not like an overnight thing. Where I think for many patients, they can struggle with many of the negative effects as a result of this, of like pain, discomfort, struggling to eat when they want to eat, meeting their nutritional requirements, etc., etc. So fat shaming one is not effective getting them to change their behavior. As in, like, if you want to motivate someone to lose weight, shaming them is not a good way to go about it. Yeah, like I said, I've seen firsthand from my own parent that it did produce results. So, we recognize that individuals affected by overweight and obesity face a pervasive form of social stigma based on the typically unproven assumption that their body weight derives primarily from a lack of self-discipline and personal responsibility. Such portrayal is inconsistent with current scientific evidence demonstrating that body weight regulation is not entirely under volitional control, and that biological, genetic, and environmental factors critically contribute to obesity. Weight bias and stigma can result in discrimination and undermine human rights, social rights, and the health of afflicted individuals. Weight stigma and discrimination cannot be tolerated in modern societies. We condemn the use of stigmatizing language, images, attitudes, policies, and weight-based discrimination wherever they occur. We pledge to treat individuals with overweight and obesity with dignity and respect, to refrain from using stereotypical language, images, and narratives that unfairly and inaccurately depict individuals with overweight and obesity as lazy, gluttonous, and lacking willpower or self-discipline, to encourage and support educational initiatives aimed at eradicating weight bias through dissemination of current knowledge of obesity and body weight regulation, to encourage and support initiatives aimed at preventing weight discrimination in the workplace, education, and healthcare settings. So the skin doesn't go anywhere. Actually, that is a known thing with individuals that lose a significant amount of weight. Where so it definitely doesn't happen to like everybody. There's a spectrum. because like the skin is elastic, okay, and whatever, it stretches to a certain extent. Whereas like, yeah, if you're, let's say, moderately overweight, and you lose weight, then you are unlikely to have excess skin. But generally speaking, if you get to the point of obesity, or really to the point of classified as morbidly obese, really a lot of excess body fat, like you will generate excess skin, and then once you lose that weight, or if or when you lose that weight, that excess skin will still be there, and many individuals do have to undergo, or they do undergo surgery to actually remove that excess skin. So like, that is a valid question, but excess skin is a known thing when individuals lose a lot of weight. And then it was box 1 and box 2. The organizations that have endorsed the statement. So the ones that basically agree with this research. You can see it's a huge list. So, scientific and medical journals, the Annals of Surgery, Cell Metabolism, Cell Reports Medicine, Nature Research. So like all of the Nature Research journals, which Nature Research, basically one of the most, if not like the most, respected scientific and or medical publication. You have the Lancet Diabetes and Endocrinology, again another respected and widely regarded medical journal. And you have academic institutions, where it's like, yeah, you have King's College, London, etc., etc. So like this has been endorsed by quite a few noteworthy institutions and organizations. Okay, and the executive summary. Grade of consensus: U is unanimous, A is greater than 90% consensus. So, weight stigma is reinforced by misconceived ideas about body weight regulation and lack of awareness of current scientific evidence. Weight stigma is unacceptable in modern societies as it undermines human rights, social rights, and the health of afflicted individuals. The grade of consensus, basically, give it an A, greater than 90% of the consensus. So basically, like the vast majority of this expert panel agrees. Research indicates that weight stigma can cause significant harm to affected individuals. Individuals who experience it suffer from both physical and psychological consequences and are less likely to seek and receive adequate care. This is unanimous. Despite scientific evidence to the contrary, the prevailing view in society is that obesity is a choice. It can be reversed by voluntary decisions to eat less and exercise more. These assumptions mislead public health policies, use messages in popular media, undermine access to evidence-based treatments, and compromise advances in research. This is a grade of A, greater than 90% consensus. For the reasons above, weight stigma represents a major obstacle in efforts to effectively prevent and treat obesity and type 2 diabetes. Tackling stigma is not only a matter of human rights and social justice, but also a way to advance prevention and treatment of these diseases. Grade of A. Academic institutions, professional organizations, media, public health authorities, and government should encourage education about weight stigma and facilitate a new public narrative of obesity, coherent with modern scientific knowledge. This is unanimous, grade of consensus. And then the last box, box 4, box 3, table 3. So yeah, the definitions. So what is, we're talking about weight stigma or fat shaming. What does that refer to? Oh yeah, I think I already read these. Never mind then. So yeah, that wraps it up on, this joint international consensus statement for ending stigma of obesity. And again, I can't reiterate it enough. This is the panel of experts here. Quite a few. I think they mentioned 36. Whatever, a few dozen. From pretty well respected, highly regarded institutions. But like I said, you have Weill Cornell Medicine, Boston University, University College London. You have Stanford School of Medicine, Harvard Medical School, Columbia. Yeah, the American Diabetes Association, Mount Sinai Health System, more Columbia, King's College, University of Michigan. I don't know how anyone, at least personally, can advocate for fat shaming or the stigmatization of individuals who are overweight or obese. When like literally, they assembled an expert panel, a multidisciplinary group of international experts. Yeah, Diabetes UK as well. Pretty much push back against any sort of narrative that we should, stigmatize individuals who are overweight or obese, or that we should shame them. People thinking that shaming or stigmatizing leads to behavior change, like they are wrong. This is what the multidisciplinary group of international experts, they explicitly say, with one voice. They're like, hey, let's all come together against the people that are pretty much spreading BS. Yeah, absolutely. It is not nice. You're 100% correct. It is unkind. And again, there's more research. There's more joint consensus statement. Pretty much with the same messaging of like, hey, even the language that we use matters. Where it's like, it's highlighted here. The Language Matters Working Group. And this is from The Lancet. I'm not going to read this entire thing, but just, the abstract, a couple of few key points, key paragraphs. But, it's in line with basically the overall main messaging. Like, hey, stop the stigmatization. Obesity is a chronic condition that requires long-term management and is associated with unprecedented stigma in different settings, including during interactions with the healthcare system. This stigma has a negative effect on the mental and physical health of people with obesity, leading to avoidance of healthcare and disruption of the doctor-patient relationship. Considerable evidence exists to suggest that simply having a conversation about obesity can lead to weight loss, translates into health benefits. However, both healthcare practitioners and people living with obesity report apprehension in initiating this conversation. We have collaborated with stakeholders from Obesity UK, physicians, dietitians, clinical psychologists, obesity researchers, conversation analysts, nurses, and representatives from National Health Service, England Diabetes and Obesity. This group has contributed to the production of this consensus statement, which addresses how people living with obesity wish to have their condition referred to and provides practical guidance for healthcare professionals to facilitate collaborative and supportive discussions about obesity. Expert stakeholders consider that changes to language used at the point of care can alleviate the stigma of obesity within the healthcare system and support improved outcomes for both people living with obesity and for the healthcare system. And so it's pretty much addressing what some people brought up earlier of like, hey, how do you engage in these conversations with people? Let's say you have a friend and you're concerned about their health. and you want to encourage them to maybe lose weight, to become healthier. How do you go about doing that? Well, you definitely don't do that by insulting them, criticizing them, denigrating them, dehumanizing them. Pretty much like this consensus statement is also addressing that of like, hey, how can you actually engage in a productive conversation with these individuals that is actually, as they say, collaborative and supportive. So what was the purpose of the consensus statement? In 2018, the National Health Service England document on Language Matters Diabetes brought together healthcare professionals and people living with diabetes to outline the terminology that was appropriate for people living with the long-term condition. This document is one of many similar publications that have emphasized the importance of a collaborative approach with people who have multiple different chronic conditions, and the priority of person-first language. The publication has been well received by both healthcare workers and people living with diabetes. On the basis of the document's success, we have collaborated with stakeholders from Obesity UK, physicians, dietitians, clinical psychologists, obesity researchers, conversation analysts, nurses, and representatives from NHS England, diabetes, and obesity to produce this consensus statement, which addresses how people living with obesity, the aims are to improve engagement with health services and to ensure that they do not contribute to the problem, rather take the lead on alleviating the stigma of obesity within global healthcare systems. So they're going through the potential mechanisms by which weight-related stigma might perpetuate obesity and contribute to the adverse health outcomes associated with obesity. So weight-related stigma. You have prejudice and discrimination, depression, anxiety, stress, distrust of health services, where, ultimately, kind of like leading to like the most severe outcomes. Low self-esteem due to body image perception, substance misuse, suicidal ideation, healthcare avoidance. Basically, all the lines essentially end up here, the bottom right. At some point, I would say, if you have any intention of being a decent person or a good person, you probably don't want to maximize the chances, or at the very least, minimize the chances that you lead to this outcome. So if you are participating in weight-related stigma, you are essentially going down this road. So, what are the overall recommendations? What, as they say here, the general principles for communication between a healthcare practitioner and a person living with obesity to reduce stigma and improve the individual's well-being, right? So if you actually want to have this conversation, although this is specifically geared towards a healthcare practitioner, so it's probably tailored to them, but there are probably some things that, you as a person, if you want to engage in a conversation with someone you care about, I have no doubt there are probably things that you can use here in that context. Gonna drink something. Want to make sure I achieve my protein intake for the day. So, as they start off, be positive. Focus on the gains that might be accomplished by weight management, rather than the potential negative effects of failing to address obesity. Be helpful and supportive. Offer specific help and advice where appropriate. Signpost and guide people towards more information and local services. Acknowledge that there are many routes to lose weight, and that what works for one might not work for all. Be aware of nonverbal communication. Talking about obesity is difficult. Ensure that body language recognizes this difficulty by engaging in a way that would be deemed appropriate for any other medical condition. Be collaborative. Whenever possible, build meaningful and specific goals together. Where it's like, yeah, basically support them. Percentage change in weight or even weight neutrality should not be used as a goal. Other a step towards reaching a meaningful person-centered outcome. Be understanding. Up to 80% of obesity might be genetically determined. Ensure not to attribute blame, but to acknowledge the difficulties faced by the person. Be environmentally aware. Chairs with arms and weight limits can be restrictive. Tight spaces with back-to-back chairs can be hard to navigate. Appropriate medical equipment should be available, including scales that weigh up to 150 kilograms in a private space, and a range of different size cuffs to measure blood pressure. Yeah, obviously this is tailored in a medical setting. No, that is basically, I've heard this before. Where it's like, oh yeah, your body, your digestive system can only absorb X amount of protein in like one meal or one session. No, that is not true. If that were true, that would actually be the ultimate weight loss diet. Just because, like, technically speaking, if your meal or if your foods were pure protein, you can basically consume an unlimited amount and you wouldn't absorb it because protein is a source of calories, as in, like, there are 4 calories per gram of protein. Okay, so yes, we're consuming protein, or many people are consuming protein with the intention of, like, adding muscle mass or developing their muscular strength, but also at the same time, protein also contributes to your energy requirements, as in your body uses protein as a source of energy. Maybe not as primary one, but it totally does metabolize protein to meet its energy need. That is just like, from a biochemist perspective, that is just biochemically true. So let's say, for example, if it were true that you could only absorb 40 grams of protein in one meal, well then, like the ultimate kind of like weight loss strategy would be like, okay, I'll just have a meal that's like 300 grams of protein, and therefore I can consume a lot and my body will not absorb it. But that is not true. Your GI tract is amazingly efficient at absorbing both macro and micronutrients. Not perfect, but it is exceptionally efficient. So is it fine if I need 200 grams of protein? Yeah, absolutely. Your body can totally absorb 200 grams of protein in one sitting. Because, like, basically, I'll break out my calculator. Like I said, there's 4 calories per gram of protein. So, like, if there was a limit of 40 grams that your body can absorb in one sitting, that's 160 calories. I don't know why I'm calculating this, but just to reassure both myself and the audience that I know how to do simple math. And so, like, 200 grams, that is 800 calories, right? Per gram of protein, 4 times 200. So, like, if it were true that you can only absorb 40 grams, basically you're saying I can only absorb 160 calories of protein in one sitting. Okay? Those are basically synonymous statements. And so, like, again, that would be the ultimate weight loss strategy. Just have your meals like basically pure protein, and you can consume as much as you want. Like, basically, it's a little bit of a ridiculous scenario, but it's kind of like, you know, what is one meal, right? Like if you were just eating continuously, like you were eating for the entire day and it was just protein. Basically what you're saying is like after 40 grams, you're not gonna consume anything else. Like you can just from the moment you wake up to the moment that you go back to sleep at the end of your day, if you're just consistently shoveling food into your mouth, and if it's just in protein, you're basically saying like, oh, after I've met that 40 grams of protein, everything else that I put in my mouth doesn't count for calories. That is explicitly not true. The limit is like what can actually like pass through your GI tract. Of like, again, yeah, your body is remarkably efficient. So if there is a limit, I would say it's just like so sky high. Like the limit is like the physical size of your stomach. Essentially. Like essentially like whatever you can fit in your stomach, your body can absorb it. Is rapid starvation something that can happen with one large meal of protein, or does it only occur over a duration of time? Not. Is this a typo? Or basically, I'm not sure if I know exactly what you mean by rabbits, like rabbit the animal. Or do you mean rapid, like fast starvation? Something can happen with one large meal of protein, or? Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, okay. I think I understand what you mean now. Protein poisoning, something. Not enough. Add too much. So, oh yeah, that's a little bit of a set. So there's totally, let's say, healthy consumption of protein. And that there might be concerns, although generally speaking, for your typical healthy human being, there's virtually no danger, or exceptionally minimal danger, to consuming a high protein diet, unless you have, you know, unless you know that you have some sort of pre-existing kidney condition. Or you have some sort of past history with kidney issues. That is generally the only real actual concern. But if you're an individual and you know that your kidneys are healthy, basically there's virtually no risk in a high protein diet. And that protein poisoning, not really a thing. Okay, so they're going examples of communication approaches used by healthcare professionals that can unintentionally contribute to the stigma of obesity, and alternative strategies suggested by people living with obesity. Right, so even though this is for healthcare professionals, I still think there's something you can learn from here. So, I'm sure the problems you've had are all related to your weight. So this is pretty stigmatizing. So, our approach contributes to stigma. Immediately attributes blame for ill health. Suggestion for an alternative approach. Would you mind if we spoke about your weight? Where do you think you're at? So yeah, pretty much, as they say here, open-ended questions allow the opportunity to raise concerns and ask for advice. So why alternative approach is recommended? Yeah, instead of going like right to blame, basically, as they say, just be open. Maybe just come from a place of curiosity, where it's like, yeah, where do you think you're at? Rabbit, I'm gonna have to look that up. This might just be something I'm not familiar with. Locally, oh, okay. Protein poisoning. Oh, okay. Now I know what you're talking about. Yeah. This is pretty much what I said. Of like, yeah. There's no evidence to suggest that there's some sort of like upper limit for protein intake. I'm like, yeah, protein intake is mainly restricted by the Ure cycle. But yeah, there is a proportion of in any one meal, like how much of your calories should be devoted to protein, fat, carbohydrates, etc., etc. But like, yeah, humans can theoretically use much larger amounts than this for energy. So it's like, yeah, as they specifically say, just like I was alluding to earlier, for energy. So, when it comes to protein intake, like I said, many people consume high protein diets, like myself. I technically consume a high protein diet, but nothing too out there. Generally speaking, I would say people tend to overdo it when it comes to high protein diets. I consume like about roughly between 90, like 110, maybe at most 120 grams of protein per day. Basically, around like 0.7, 0.8 grams of protein per pound of body fat, per pound of weight that I am. As in, like, I'm in the ballpark of like 150 pounds. I haven't weighed myself in a while. Maybe I'm 155 now. I don't know. Maybe I'm like 145. I actually don't really know. And so whatever. Assuming I have like 150 pounds. Yeah, it's like, yeah. Like I said, I pretty much consume in the range of like 90 to like at most 120 grams of protein per day. And like I don't feel like I'm stagnating in muscle development. But yeah. In addition to building, muscle, your body can use protein as a source of energy, as a source of calories, which is energy. And without getting into like all the biochemistry of like the metabolism of whatever carbohydrates, fat and protein. But like, yeah, kind of like any excess protein that you intake that like is not devoted to muscular repair or whatnot, or basically not used for anabolic purposes, then your body will just convert that protein into whatever, use it for energy or store it as fat. Like your body can convert protein into fat or triglycerides, more appropriate term, or fatty acids specifically. And so it's like, yeah, there's no real upper limit to the amount of protein that you can consume. It's just a matter of like, after a certain point, what is that protein going to be used for? It's all going to be absorbed. But whether it's used for anabolic purposes or it's used to meet your energy requirements, that all depends. So back to where I was, right? I'm 63 kilograms. I eat like 400 grams of chicken breast. I would say that is huge overkill in terms of protein. Well, I should maybe clarify. Do you mean you eat 400 grams of chicken breast? Or 400 grams of protein? Because it doesn't translate 1-to-1. As in like 20 grams of chicken breast does not mean you're consuming 20 grams of protein. Okay. That's fair. I'm glad I clarified. Where it's like, yeah, that makes sense. 400 grams of chicken breast, that can translate to 120 grams of protein. So it's like, yeah, you're based off of you being 63 kilograms. You know, you're probably more on the upper limit. You know, if you wanted to, you can probably scale back a little bit. If you feel like you're struggling to meet your protein requirements. But if you're not struggling, and you don't find it a challenge, then you don't have to. The only thing that I would say is, like, you know, if you're struggling to eat 400 grams of chicken breast every day, you can probably consume a little bit less. And you don't really need to worry about meeting your protein requirements. I'm like, yeah, definitely, that is what not to say. To anyone you care about, or if you care about them, you should not be saying this on them. Or basically, you know, I would say you shouldn't say this to anyone you care about, at least not in a serious manner. So yeah, what another thing not to say? You're a bit sort of on the chunky side, shall we say? Non-clinical terms are perceived judgmental and disrespectful. Some people with your symptoms find that losing a bit of weight and a little exercise can be helpful. The use of some people avoids attributing blame while providing similar information. Ideally, your BMI, which is your height in relation to your weight, should be somewhere between 18 and 25. Between 30 and 35, you're considered clinically obese. From the measurements that you've had done today, you certainly fall into that category. Implies that the individual is unaware of their weight. So what's the alternative? And as you said, your weight's crept up a bit. You said you like to lose some weight because you're feeling quite breathless. And open up the conversation by use of the individual's own words. Again, as alluded to earlier, you know, generally speaking, you informing someone that they need to lose weight, or informing them that they are at an unhealthy weight, probably not news to them. And so you're not really giving them any real new information. So what not to say, at your weight, you really need to do more exercise. In terms of diet now, you obviously aren't following the diet sheet. Shows a lack of understanding of obesity while attributing blame for the condition. So what to say instead? It's fantastic that you've taken up swimming. Don't worry that your weight hasn't come down yet. The benefit to your health goes beyond weight loss. Positive feedback. So this is why this is good. Positive feedback, even in the absence of measurable benefit, reassures an individual who might also be disheartened that their weight has not reduced. Right. And here's where I'll bring in some of my experience. Oh, as a coach, personal trainer, where, you know, any sort of physical progress, it's a marathon, not a sprint. Even when it comes to, you know, muscular strength and development, putting on muscle, it's a marathon, not a sprint. It's just a gradual over time, and consistency. Like, unless, you know, you start taking PEDs or something. And same thing with, like, weight loss. Where, you know, many people who start their journey on weight loss, you know, they have the expectation week to week. You should be losing, like, a specific amount of weight. You know, you should be losing, like, 1 pound per week or 2 pounds per week. Where, you know, generally speaking, you know, healthy weight loss is in the range, or generally considered in the range of, like, you know, 1/2 pound to, like, 2 pounds per week. That is, you know, the ballpark of healthy weight loss. But even then, oh, that's the rate of healthy weight loss that's considered, but that doesn't mean that is going to happen every single week. Where it will totally happen, or it has totally happened to people that I've trained or coached on weight loss. Of, like, yeah, you know, 1 week, they'll be down 2 pounds, or, like, whatever, 1 pound, and then they'll weigh themselves again the following week, and, like, there's no change, and then they freak out, or, you know, they become really concerned, like, oh, things have stopped working, and, you know, they feel like they need to start making more dramatic changes. well, if I didn't lose weight this week, then I need to start, restricting my calories more, or doing more exercise, or both. Both restricting my calories and doing more physical activity. It's like, no, I need to kind of like bring them back down. Like, 1 week or a couple of weeks, or even like a full month of seeing no progress, that is not the end of the world. It's, as I've said many times before, progress is never linear. Even, my own weight loss, where there was a time where, I was overweight, and I lost a considerable amount of weight. If you graph that, it's not like just this straight linear line in decreasing weight. It's like, more of a roller coaster. But like, some weeks I'll be like, maybe I'll be stagnant or stable, and then the next week I'll drop, or maybe in like a week later I'll be like a pound up, but then like the next week I'll lose like 2 pounds. What matters is the overall trend over a long period of time. That matters most. And that, a couple of weigh-ins, or even like a handful of weigh-ins, where you're not seeing progress, at least on the scale, is not a bad thing. And that you just, as they pretty much allude to here, you just being physically active in and of itself is a good thing. And that is something to focus on. Where, if you've gone from like not exercising or sedentary to now you're exercising, that's a positive change, regardless of what the scale says. So wrapping this up with the conclusions. Right here. Obesity is a long-term chronic condition that is associated with multiple comorbidities. Tackling the condition remains a priority for global healthcare systems. However, to overcome obesity successfully, an approach that engages people living with obesity is essential. People living with obesity commonly experience stigma during interactions with healthcare professionals, who often talk about obesity in ways that are unhelpful or can cause offense. This stigma can negatively affect the mental and physical health of an individual living with obesity and result in them not engaging with the healthcare system. The language used to discuss the condition and counsel people living with obesity is of paramount importance for achieving long-term benefits. Healthcare professionals can have a major role in reducing the obesity stigma within global healthcare systems.
Welcome to Flavor Country.
Oh, and TSM Sturpy, thank you so much for the follow. Much appreciated. Happy to have you here. Hope you're doing well. No, you definitely shouldn't. Unless you're anti-science, which you have every right to be. But no, not. That's what this joint international consensus statement for ending stigma of obesity, flat out says. Shame, not a good motivator. Can someone be fat and healthy? No. That is an excellent question. And here is where I'll clarify, because being fat, that's not a clinical term, right? Fat just refers to, whatever, your fat cells, or, the amount of adipose tissue that you have. So basically, you're pretty much asking, can you be overweight or obese and healthy? Is it, I was having this conversation actually earlier on Discord, with someone. Is it the weight itself that's a problem, or is it all of the associated negative effects that are the problem? Where it's, the increased risk of type 2 diabetes, the increased risk of, cardiovascular disease, stroke, increased risk of cancer, etc., etc. Are those of more concern than the actual, weight, the number on the scale? I would say that, you can be overweight and healthy. And, it also calls into question, what is health, right? I don't think we have, the perfect, strict definition of health. But I think we all more or less understand what health means, and that there's a range or spectrum of health. But generally speaking, what we consider as kind of like a bare minimum of health of, is there anything showing up on the tests that we run? We run the blood tests, we check your biomarkers and all that stuff, basically screened for, a range of things, and nothing shows up. Well, then you're considered healthy, right? Like, hey, if nothing is being flagged, all your blood work is normal, your urine analysis is normal, that is what we typically consider healthy, as the bare minimum. And so, like, what I would say is, like, it does appear to be that you be overweight, and like nothing will really show up on a test, at least nothing that we can detect. And it's totally possible that there might be something physiologically abnormal if you're overweight, but we just can't detect it. Same thing with obesity. But it does appear to be the case, and I definitely know, like, firsthand, that individuals that they have, they would be considered, according to BMI, overweight, even bordering obese. And these are like really highly active individuals. They actually appear to be like quite physically fit. Where their cardiovascular endurance actually appears to be there. And they have, pretty significant muscular development. Like there are a few people I personally know where, like, if you look at them, you would just kind of assume that they lead a sedentary lifestyle, or rather, I should say, you would judge them prematurely that they lead a sedentary lifestyle, and that they don't lead a healthy lifestyle. But actually, like, I know them personally, and they do engage in quite a bit of physical activity, and like for everything that I can tell, like, they are healthy. Like, they appear to have no diagnosable condition, and that there's nothing showing up on any blood test, or like any sort of scan. And so I think on the whole, you can totally be overweight and healthy, and you probably can be obese and healthy. It totally happens, right? It's only, like, generally speaking, over the long term. Whereas, like, yeah, once you're obese, and you're obese for a prolonged period of time, and as a result of those metabolic changes, that seems to increase your risk for a whole host of negative health outcomes. And so, I would say the short answer is yes. The only thing that I would include is that, at least when you're getting in the domain of, like, being classified as obese, I would say, yeah, at the very least, it's probably a good idea for you to be monitored, if not already, by a doctor, and that, as soon as something is, let's say, flagged, as soon as something does actually show up on a test, it is almost certainly beneficial to lose the body fat. And that, like, the longer that you stay in that obese category, you are probably at risk of other negative health outcomes, like type 2 diabetes. But these are not guarantees. Definitely not every person who becomes obese gets, type 2 diabetes, or, has some sort of cardiovascular disease, suffers a stroke, or, like, gets cancer. All that to say, the answer does appear to be yes. But, like, let's just say, as a prescription, if you're obese, to play it safe is probably a good idea. Lose that excess body fat. Like someone with a 35% plus body fat, Well, yeah, it depends on what you mean by healthy. If we're going by that, simple definition of like nothing showing up on a test, like a blood test, then the answer I would say is yes. But if we're, let's say, using kind of like a more expanded version of healthy, of like, someone truly functional, or let's say athletically functional, let's say someone's ability to, run for long distances, cardiovascular endurance, etc., etc. Then using kind of like that more expanded definition of health, then probably not. But I would say technically possible for someone with, let's say, 40% body fat to be as healthy as someone, let's say, 20% body fat. Going by like, yeah, just nothing would really show up on a test. I'm like, yeah, Eddie Hall, great example. We were actually talking about Eddie Hall during my workout stream earlier this afternoon. Where, that is someone with a lot of muscular strength and development. Specifically trained, strongman events and activities. Like lifting just heavy things. Lifting literally heavy stones, the Atlas stones. Lifting, giant logs. Where it's like, yeah. At one time, strongest man in the world. Or world's strongest man. And they clearly trained in a specific way. Which, teach their own. It was their goal to become world's strongest man, and they accomplished that goal. So, who can argue with that? The only thing that I would say is like that is personally not for me. That is not the way I would want to train my body, or that is not the way that I would want my body to function. But that's just different goals. Either one is better or worse, just different. Where, I brought up the example earlier during the workout stream that, one of the things that I want to get more into is indoor climbing or bouldering. Because like I just enjoy that activity so much, both the strength aspect, the flexibility and mobility aspect, and also the technique aspect, the technical skill. Is something I hugely respect. And just recently, I think it was like 2 or 3 weeks ago, Eddie Hall on his YouTube channel, like he released a video showing him, trying out indoor climbing. And like understandably, it was a huge challenge for him. Because his specialty is just like moving real heavy weight. Just big heavy things. Pulling a truck, etc., etc. And given the fact that he's just so much muscle mass, just like simple climbing, indoor climbing is a huge challenge for him, just because he's such a massive individual. But like yeah, comparing, contrasting, sort of like the different goals. I want to get to the place, or develop more, such that I have the ability to do indoor climbing or bouldering with relative ease. This is not to say that indoor climbing is difficult for me now. I would say, whatever. The strength, I have the strength. It's mostly just a technique. So where was I? Yeah, wrapping this up. The language used to discuss the condition and counsel people living with obesity is of paramount importance for achieving long-term benefits. Healthcare professionals can have a major role in reducing the obesity stigma within global healthcare systems by getting the conversation right with people with obesity. However, healthcare professionals have said that they avoid the topic and stated a need for more specific support in discussing obesity. In this consensus statement, we have drawn on expert opinion, including the experiences of people living with obesity, to address this need. We have identified clear examples of what language might be best used, what might be best avoided, and the manner in which conversation should be guided. Education for healthcare practitioners on the underlying causes of obesity and the use of appropriate and helpful language have been shown to improve the healthcare experience of people living with obesity. By increasing awareness and using appropriate and helpful language that comprises collaborative discussions, healthcare professionals can play a role in reducing the obesity stigma across wider healthcare systems. So, pretty clear across these two consensus statements. This one was published 2020. So basically the same year as this one. Whether that's intentional or just simply coincidence, I have no idea. But actually, so this one was published in May 2020. This one was published, as we saw earlier, pretty much exactly 3 years ago, in March 2020. So these were published pretty close together, just months apart. And actually, I'm curious, are there any researchers involved in this that were involved? Well, it's hard to cross-reference. At least just to my eye, it doesn't look like. Yeah, regardless. Moving on. So actually, covering this content took much longer than I expected, which is not a bad thing. Because this is, at least to me, a really important topic. That I don't think gets talked about enough. And it's pretty clear, at least based off of the panel that took place yesterday, that these attitudes still exist. And whether Sturpy was joking or not, or being sarcastic.
Welcome to Flavor Country.
I have no idea. Oh, and manque de rien. My French is rusty, but hello, welcome. I think that translates to leave out nothing or something. I know rien is nothing. And manque is forget. Forget nothing. Even though I live in a French province, yeah, my French is terrible. I'm transparent about that. Yeah, I assume you're French, but I could be wrong. I assume based off of your username that you're French, but correct me if I'm wrong. But I'm in Quebec, so I'm in a French-speaking province, French-speaking area of the world. But thank you so much for the follow. Much appreciated. Happy to have you here. Okay. Then I apologize for the mistake. But yeah, if you want to share where you're from, I'm curious, but you're not obligated. Fair. But yeah, I think this is an important topic. And like I was saying, it's pretty clear based off of some of the people on the panel that there are still people that believe that shaming individuals or stigmatizing them is, an appropriate strategy or a good strategy to motivate someone to change their behavior. And I think just based off of this, at least in the context of motivating someone to lose weight or to be healthier, shaming and stigmatization, not a good way. Yes, absolutely. That is DNA, deoxyribonucleic acid, as opposed to RNA, ribonucleic acid. But just to kind of like wrap up, why am I so opposed to shaming? Despite, me reading that consensus statement. And as I alluded to earlier, there are some niche, small contexts in which shaming might be effective, or it can possibly lead to a change in behavior. but you're basically gambling. At least as far as I can tell, you are gambling. Whereas they allude to here, there's a paradoxical double-edged sword when it comes to. So yeah, shame and the motivation to change. Okay, so transfer RNA and mRNA. That's a great question. These are the fundamentals of biology. So mRNA, that is the sequence of RNA, messenger RNA, that gets translated, as in the quote unquote central dogma of biology is DNA gets transcribed to RNA or mRNA, messenger RNA, and mRNA gets translated to protein. So you have kind of like three steps: DNA to RNA, RNA to protein. So mRNA is basically that is what gets translated protein. And how do you translate protein? Well, there's a whole, let's say, biological machinery involved in translation. And as part of that biological machinery, tRNA or transfer RNA is part of that. As in proteins, they are a sequence of amino acids, okay? And it's the mRNA that determines the sequence of amino acids. And then once that sequence of amino acids is determined, and it's being read, it's the transfer RNA that actually brings in the appropriate amino acid. As in, it actually, brings in, let's say, for example, the methionine. And then there's another tRNA that brings in, the alanine, the tryptophan, etc., etc. I can go through the basics of translation. So, it's pretty much depicted here. Here in green at the bottom, that is the messenger RNA. And like I said, it's the tRNA that comes in that brings in the amino acid, that growing peptide chain. And you have a unique tRNA for each amino acid. So you have phenylalanine, aspartate, lysine, tryptophan. So yeah, this tRNA, it has this CUA sequence, therefore it will bring in the aspartate. And then this tRNA, it will bring in the lysine. That's pretty much the function in a nutshell. So yeah, wrapping up my rant about shame. Where it's like, yeah, even in this study here, they sort of allude to some of maybe the context in which shame might have some sort of positive effect. Where, as they say here, that I've highlighted, of course, an intriguing issue posed by our research is the question of why. If shame does motivate a desire for self-change, it sometimes predicts a recurring cycle of maladaptive behavior. One possibility is that in addition to motivating a desire to change the self, shame may simultaneously elicit a motivation to suppress and deny that painful emotion and avoid situations where it is triggered. Indeed, people generally nominate shame as their most dreaded emotional experience. This motivation to avoid experiencing the pain of shame might rob people of the emotional experience that triggers specific action and facilitates actual change. In other words, shame may be a paradoxical double-edged sword. It may both elicit a strong desire to change the self and simultaneously evoke avoidance-oriented responses that work at counter-purpose to that motivation for change. As a result, the motivation to change might not always translate into actual change, particularly if people try to suppress or deny their emotional response. So it's like, yeah, as they're saying here, yeah, maybe, shame might inspire some motivation to change. But at the same time, you might also, it might also sabotage their motivation to change. That double-edged sword. That is why, like, the prescription to shame, not a good prescription. Because again, you are gambling. We know enough, as I just went through in the research, like appropriate ways to motivate and support someone to lead a healthier lifestyle, to lose weight. I've even brought up the concept of self-compassion, how important it is at an individual level, and that we should be both self-compassionate towards ourselves at an individual level, and then that should also follow society-wide, or at a societal level. People should be compassionate to you. Society should be compassionate towards you as an individual. All right, so that wraps it up. What I wanted to say about fat shaming, evidence, how to motivate behavior change. So that's gonna be it for this stream. Let's see if we can find someone to raid. But in the meantime, I want to thank everyone that passed by. Zells, thank you for passing by. Rafa, thank you. Bob Marley, I'm gonna be missing a bunch of people. Akroshi, thank you so much for passing by and the raid. I gotta shout out Akroshi again. If you're not following Akroshi, you should be. Fellow fitness workout streamer. Thank you, Bokkel. Yeah, I'm missing a bunch of people. Thank you, everyone, for passing by. And we are going to raid into, let's see. I think we're going to raid into Tuna Chip. Fellow streamer, obviously, raiding into them. I'm not sure what they're doing now. But yeah, we're gonna get that set up. So yeah, again, can't thank everyone enough. Can't thank Akroshi enough for the raid. Thank you for the follow, Ravatiti. Yeah, Monk30, thank you for the follow. TSM Sturpy. Havatiti Reactive, thank you for the follow. Big Dog 508, and again, thank you for the raid. Super appreciated. And Noda Bud, thank you so much for the Prime sub. And yeah, if you're not following Tuna Chip, should be. And my next stream will be a workout stream scheduled for Wednesday. And until then, take care, be well, and be kind to each other.
24-hour, like, I really thought that. Like, it wasn't like I was like, why,
Jesus.
like, why? I just thought it. There was no, like, intention behind it. I was just like,